We are calling the meeting to order. The NVUSD Board of Education is holding a regular virtual board meeting tonight that all can participate in remotely. You can join via Zoom. Specific directions on how to participate are located on the Board of Education webpage on the district's website, nvusd.org/board. The open session part of the meeting agenda begins at 7 p.m. Going on to public comment on closed session items. Before going into closed session, the board is available for public comment on closed session agenda items. Mr. Bassinet, do I have any public comment on closed session agenda items?
There is no public comment.
Seeing that there are none, the Napa Valley Unified School District will now adjourn into closed session. See you all back at 7. Thank you. To open session. Good evening. My name is Elba Gonzalez Mares, and this is the Napa Valley Unified School District Board of Education. The NVUSD Board of Education is holding a regular board meeting tonight that all can participate remotely. You can join via Zoom. Buenas noches, mi nombre es Elba González Mares y esta es la Mesa de Educación del Distrito Escolar Unificado del Valle de Napa, NVUSD por sus siglas en inglés. La Mesa de Educación de NVUSD está llevando a cabo una reunión regular esta noche en la que todos pueden participar de forma remota. Puede unirse a través de Zoom. Interpretation in Spanish is available for tonight's virtual board meeting. To access interpretation from a computer, click on the interpretation icon on the bottom of your screen from within the Zoom application. On a mobile device, click on the More button on the bottom of your screen and choose Language Interpretation from within the Zoom application. This is a separate channel that will allow you to hear English to Spanish translation concurrently. Please note, interpretation services are not available when you join our meeting by calling in. Our interpreters for tonight's meetings are Paul Huertas and Isidra Mencos. May we have one of the interpreters please translate these directions on our English channel so our Spanish-speaking families can hear the instructions.
Buenas noches y bienvenidos a la reunión de la mesa directiva del Distrito Escolar del Valle de Napa. Para acceder a los servicios de interpretación en español, por favor, hagan un clic en el icono en la parte media baja de su pantalla con la figura de un globo terráqueo. Esto le va a llevar al canal de interpretación donde usted va a escoger el lenguaje español o Spanish en el idioma inglés. Aquellas personas que están haciendo uso del teléfono celular, apretando la sigla con el símbolo de más, pueden acceder al lenguaje de interpretación escogiendo el idioma español. Si usted está llamando de un teléfono fijo, no va a tener la oportunidad de participar no va a tener la oportunidad de tener interpretación en el servicio de español. Gracias.
Gracias. Specific instructions on how to participate in the meeting are located on the Board of Education webpage on the district's website, nvusd.org/board. Can we please start with an attendance roll call from Vera Morales, Executive Assistant?
Trustee Gonzalez Mares?
Present.
Trustee Jankowicz?
Present.
Trustee Gracia?
Present.
Trustee Reiser?
Present.
Trustee Water?
Present.
Trustee Shu?
Present.
Trustee Dooley?
Present.
Quorum present. Thank you.
Thank you, Vera. Thank you for joining us tonight for our Napa Valley Unified School District Board meeting. Public participation remains virtual, online only, due to the COVID-19 shelter-in-place order. We continue in uncharted territory as we deal with the COVID-19 pandemic. As trustees, we have returned to the boardroom in solidarity with our staff, given that our school campuses are now reopened for our students. However, in order to ensure access to our meetings without any limitations during the persisting pandemic, we are continuing with online remote access via Zoom for the public and guests. I would like to thank our employees, our families, and the entire NVUSD community for how you have supported each other and come together during these unprecedented times. This meeting tonight is in accordance with the open meeting rule in the state of California for the governor's order. I'm going to start tonight with some basic instructions on how we are going to be using Zoom and involve the members of the community. All Board of Trustees and the superintendent are in video throughout the entire board meeting from here in the boardroom. Other staff members are present by video. Members of the committee will not be on video and will be muted except during public comment. During public comment, any member of the community that wishes to speak must raise their hand using the raise hand feature in Zoom. You will be unmuted and will be provided 3 minutes to speak. There are 2 ways to make a public comment within the time allotted for public comment on an eligible agenda item. To comment by video conference, click the raise your hand button to request to speak when public comment is being taken on the eligible agenda item. When it is your turn to speak, your name will be called out. You will then be unmuted during your turn and allowed to make public comments. After the allotted time, you will then be remuted. Instructions on how to raise your hand are available on the district's website at nvusd.org/board. To comment by phone, you will be prompted to raise your hand by pressing *9 to request to speak when public comment is being taken on the eligible agenda item. When it is your turn to speak, the last 4 digits of your phone number will be called out. You will then be unmuted during your turn and allowed to make public comment. After the allotted time, you will then be remuted. Instructions on how to raise your hand by phone are available on the district's website at nvusd.org/board. In addition, community members were allowed to submit comments via email at publiccomment@nvusd.org up until 8 a.m. this morning. Public comment received after 8 a.m. the day of the scheduled meeting will not be read into the record. However, the public comment will be announced as received after the deadline and will become part of the meeting archive as long as it's received before the meeting is officially called to order. For every agenda item, I will prompt the meeting participants who have joined us via Zoom for public comment. Please follow the instructions just provided when you would like to comment on an item. We have been called to order and conducted our attendance roll call. We will go forward with our agenda. Okay, I'm going to now ask Trustee Gracia to report on closed session items.
Yes. We took action as a board in closed session. With regard to personnel in closed session, the board took action to approve the following staff recommendations effective for the 2021-22 school year. D2A1, Jenna Burrows to the position of Executive Director of Fiscal Services. D2A2, Kristen Nelson to the position of Coordinator of Student Wellness and Support. D2A3, Peter Hartnick to the position of Assistant Principal at Redwood Middle School. And D2A4, Lourdes Rosales to the position of Assistant Principal at Vintage High School. And lastly, President Gonzalez Maris will be reporting out on the superintendent's performance evaluation for the 2020-2021 school year.
Thank you, Trustee Gracia. I have now the honor to report out on the following. The Board of Education has now completed its annual evaluation of the Napa Valley Unified School District Superintendent, Dr. Rossana Musetti. This is a comprehensive review process covering many different performance areas. I am pleased to report the NVUSD Board of Education rated her performance in each area as distinguished, with a distinguished rating overall. This means the Board of Education found that she performed above satisfactory and exceeded expectations in all areas. According to our employment contract, this outstanding evaluation entitles Dr. Musetti to an extension of her contract. A contract amendment which provides her with a new 4-year term is on tonight's board meeting agenda for action. Among the many areas of focus, the Board of Education noted in particular the extraordinary challenges she faced this past year. Those challenges included an unprecedented global pandemic that forced all schools into remote learning and an ongoing and declining enrollment, straining the district's fiscal resources. Dr. Musetti opened Napa schools in October when hundreds of other schools districts throughout the state remained closed, and worked courageously and transparently to right-size the district's fiscal health, just as she courageously and transparently addressed her own health challenges this year. It is evident Dr. Musetti is an exceptional, one-of-a-kind CEO and visionary educational leader, and we all feel extraordinarily fortunate to have her as our superintendent. And that concludes tonight's report from closed session. All right, our next item is our flag salute. Kind of looking around whose turn is it next. And because we just had Dr. Mercedi's evaluation, I'm going to ask her to lead us on our flag salute.
It would be my honor and pleasure. Thank you, President Gonzalez Mares.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Our next item is our announcement that this meeting is recorded for live streaming and archiving on the district YouTube channel. For a detailed review of any meeting agenda item, the archive video can be referenced, located on the district's webpage at nvusd.org. The public can join the virtual board meeting remotely via Zoom. Participation instructions and the process for public comment can be found on the district webpage. We are now moving forward with next item is approval of agenda.
Move to approve.
Second.
First by trustee Gracia, second by trustee Water. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed or abstain? Or this is the agenda, so you're good. Okay, so all those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody abstain or oppose? We're good. Great, thank you. Next item is approval of minutes. So approval of minutes of June 10, 2021.
Move to approve.
Second.
First by trustee Gracia, second by trustee Water. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any abstentions?
I will abstain.
Thank you, trustee Jankowicz. Anybody oppose? Great. Motion passes. We're now going into recognition of visitors and employee organizations.
Yes, so I would not take a quick moment. I kind of glossed over the opportunity after trustee Gracia's report out from closed session. So in terms of visitors tonight, we do have 3 of our new the candidates that were appointed to the positions. And so I just want to invite them, if I can get some help from our tech team to unmute them. I see that Kristen Nelson is here this evening, Jenna Burrows and Lourdes Rosales. We want to welcome them to our management team. And if you'd like to take a quick moment to just say hello and address the board. I see Jenna's hand raised, Ms. Burrows' hand raised. I see Lourdes and I see Kristen, if we can unmute them. So why don't you go ahead first, Jenna?
Hi,
Ms. Burrows.
can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, great. Good evening. I just want to say I'm thrilled to be joining the NVUSD Fiscal Services team. I'm also a proud Napa High graduate, so I really appreciate this opportunity to serve my own community. So thank you so much.
Okay, welcome, Ms. Burrows. Thanks for being here. And then next, we see Lourdes Rosales.
Good evening. Thank you so much for having me this evening. I'm excited to be joining the Crusher community and working alongside Dr. O'Connor. So I'm very much looking forward to working with Napa Unified and at Vintage High School. Thank you.
That's great. Welcome aboard, Ms. Rosales. And a familiar person we all know who's being promoted to the management team in her new role, Ms. Kristen Nelson.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to take a minute to thank both the NVUSD leadership team and the board for this incredible opportunity. I'm just so grateful to be joining the team as the coordinator for student wellness and support, and just feel this speaks volumes to our commitment to students' wellness and mental health, and have immense gratitude for the work we have moving forward. Thank you.
Great, Ms. Nelson. We're so happy to have you in the new role, and congratulations. Congratulations to all 3 candidates. Yay, applause. You're getting applause here in the boardroom. And then I'd also like to, I see Ms. Leslie Walder from NAPS is our only union leader who I see here this evening. So if we can unmute with Ms. Walder so she can address the board.
Okay, good evening, Dr. Musetti. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yes.
Okay, all right.
Yes, thank you. I'm pleased to be here. Good evening, President Gonzalez Mares, Board of Trustees, Dr. Musetti. It's been quite a year. There's a sense of relief and a sense of accomplishment that is hard to express in words. As I look at the work that's been done by our unit members, by all of the teachers, all of the staff across the district. So on behalf of my coworkers and colleagues across the district, we just want to say thank you and express our gratitude to have arrived at this point and to be ready to look forward to reopening schools fully in August. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walter. A lot of nodding heads if you were in the room here with us. All right, we are now moving into public comments on non-agenda items. This is the time where members of the audience may address the board on any school-related matter that is not on the agenda. The board will not take action on any issue raised during this section of the agenda inasmuch as board action is limited to posted agenda items. Speakers are requested to limit their comments to a maximum of 3 minutes. Before I check to see who's joining us virtually, I'm going to ask Trustee Gracia if any public comment was submitted via email.
Yes. Public comment on non-agenda items was submitted via email at publiccomment@nvusd.org. The following public comment was received via electronic written format and has been forwarded and reviewed by the NVUSD Board of Education Trustees. It was submitted by Diana Dorme, substitute teacher, pandemic stipend, date received June 23rd, 2021. And that is all for public comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Gracia. Mr. Bassinet, I'm now going to open to see if there's any public comment on non-agenda items from the public.
Yes, we do have public comment. First person will be Suzanne Bell.
Okay, am I unmuted?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to comment on grading for equity. I find it unbelievable that I've gotten no real answers to the same questions I've been asking since April 15 regarding the possible district-wide adoption of grading for equity. This amazes me since I see that board members Shu, Reiser, Water, and Dooley have participated in video info sessions or live events on this grading system. Trustee Dooley had stated that he'd be sure to get my questions to people who could answer them, and 2.5 months later, I've heard nothing. He went on to quote the ample rhetoric of the implicitly biased Joe Feldman and concluded with a statement about the ever-contentious concept of systemic racism, but gave no examples of its existence in Napa Unified. I would thirdly enjoy hearing data and statistics as well as a definition of so-called systemic racism as it relates to grading for equity in our district. Trustee Water did engage with me a number of times. She talked about a myriad of topics, but did not answer my questions. Trustee Jankowicz had no answers, but sent me to Pat Jennings. The other board members did not answer at all. And Board President Martinez had time to attend a Napa Latinx Democratic Club meeting, but did not have time to respond to my questions. Pat Jennings conveyed much the same as Mr. Dooley, with cut and paste type answers taken straight from Feldman's grading for equity, which is as full of implicit bias as he himself is. She says it has nothing to do with the CRT agenda, but this doesn't match up with Mr. Dooley's cut and paste statements about systemic racism and what I've read in Feldman's book. Basically, the board has chosen either ignoring my questions, giving me vague cut and paste answers, or selectively being uninformed. We've spent about $73,000 on this pilot program, and I still wonder how many parents know about, understand the price tag and its implications. Trustee Waters commented that the board is happy when innocent bystanders showed up at board meetings. She never explained what she meant. And maybe she calls us innocent bystanders because we've been left in the dark on the issues of supposed grading for equity and its foul implications. In closing, perhaps the school board and district should spend less time contemplating one-side social advocacy, like the merits of flying the gay pride flag, DEI, which is basically affirmative action disguised by the trendy terms diversity, equity, and inclusion. Instead of wasting time and money on this, let's focus on our students' lost learning over the years of COVID and fires. Enough with left social advocacy. Let's get back to properly educating our students.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, Mr. Bassinet.
Next speaker will be Maria Martinez.
Can you hear me now? Am I unmuted?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
So good evening, trustees, Dr. Musetti, and the management team at NVUSD. My name is Maria Martinez. I'm the executive director of Stonebridge School, and I wanted to take a moment tonight.
Ms. Martinez, we just lost you. Mr. Bassinet, I can't tell if she's still on.
Oh, there, am I back?
Yes, you are.
Okay, okay, so now it says I am muted, so I've unmuted myself. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. So, I'll start over again. Sorry. I just wanted to
Let me see if I can get her back. Go ahead, Ms. Martinez.
all right, let me start over again. Good evening, everyone. My name is Maria Martinez. I'm the executive director of Stonebridge. I wanted to take a moment tonight to do some thank yous. So as I am near retirement, I wanted to thank Dr. Musetti. Since she's come on board, she has been very supportive, always willing to listen, always supporting our students and our school. So I wanted to thank you, Dr. Musetti. I also want to thank Mike Pearson and his MOVE team. We've been in the middle of the move to the Mount George campus. Thank you so much for all the work you put into the campus to ready it for our students so we can continue to do the best that we can do for them. I want to thank the board as well for the last over 20 years of support. I also wanted to take a moment to introduce our new executive director. So Dr. James Brown will be joining us as of July 1. Dr. Brown comes from Reach School in Sebastopol. He also is returning to NVUSD. He spent time there at New Tech. So I wanted to pass the torch, introduce you to Dr. Brown. I'm sure he will continue the collaborative relationship that we have all enjoyed and that I have personally enjoyed over the last 20 years. So thank you to all. And I don't know if Dr. Brown wanted to say something.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez. Next speaker, Mr. Bassinet.
Next speaker is Norma Ortiz.
Hello. As a parent, I am very proud of my daughter, Norma Ortiz, who is now a 7th grader, for all of her hard work, perseverance, and contributions to her learning. We both enjoyed the virtual promotion ceremony hosted by NVLA on June 14, 2021, where she had the opportunity to share her experience reflection speech. In addition to all the great surprises and gifts that were inside the promotion grab-and-go bags on June 16, 2021. She was awarded a certificate of 6th grade promotion, the President's Education Awards program for her outstanding academic excellence, a certificate of excellence for maintaining a 4.0 in all of her classes, a NVLA Avid Student of the Year 2021 certificate, a Brown Belt certificate of completion in piano, karate, and more. This is a combined effort in which I want to thank and acknowledge the great leadership we have at Napa Valley Language Academy with Ms. Alejandra Uribe and my daughter's amazing sixth grade teachers, Ms. Martha Coolidge, Mr. David Allred, and Mr. Franklin Hernandez. They were always there for both of us in every way. At the same time, I also want to thank the Music Connection Department Director, Ms. Kristen Anderson, Mr. Cody Alves, and Mr. Christopher Slough. I am glad that these programs exist. She is having an overall great experience with the Valley Honor Strings and with the ID Tech Summer Camps. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker, Mr. Bassinet.
Next speaker is James Brown.
Good evening. I'm a little bit behind on my introduction, but I'll pick it up just for a moment if I can. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, Mr. Brown.
Thank you. I just want to pick up on where Maria left off and say, thank you, Dr. Musetti and the trustees. I want to just introduce myself and say hello really quickly. Very excited to be leading the Stonebridge community and working closely with the Unified School District moving forward over these next coming years. And I want to especially say thank you to Maria Martinez, who has served the school very well for the last few years. And I'm looking forward to stepping into her shoes and carrying on the traditions there. And I wish her the best of luck. So thank you, and looking forward to working with you.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Next speaker, Mr. Bassinet.
There is no further comment.
Thank you. Okay, we are now entering the report section of our agenda. Item G1, Board of Education and Student Board Representative, but right now we are in between student board representatives. Our own Carla Magana just graduated. And so we will start with our board. Trustee Gracia.
So over the course of graduation week, I attended Napa Valley Independent Studies, Valley Oak, New Tech, American Canyon High School, Vintage High School, and Napa High School graduation ceremonies. On the 15th, I attended the F&T meeting. On the 16th, I attended the Silverado Middle School promotion and appreciated the staff rallying together to change the promotion format to allow large groups of students to attend in person. And then on the 21st, I attended a 4-school tour of various campuses in the city of Napa, including Napa High School, Vintage High School, Phillips, and Browns Valley Elementary.
I only went to 4 graduations as I moved my daughter back to where she's going to grad school, and I attended the finance committee meeting. Congratulations to all the graduates.
I completed the Iron Woman Marathon, non-athlon of attending all the graduations for the district this year. Just the graduation version. It felt by the end of Wednesday night like an endurance sport. So June 14th, I had the privilege of attending the Napa Valley Independent Studies graduation, the Valley Oak High School graduation, the New Tech High School graduation, and the Napa Valley Adult Education spring graduation. On June 15th, I participated in the Zoom graduation for the ADAPT program. And then the American Canyon High School in-person graduation. And on June 16th, I attended the American Canyon Middle School promotion ceremony and the Napa High School graduation and the Vintage High School graduation. The ceremonies were so moving and so joyful. It felt so good to be together in community, in person, to celebrate the class of 2021. And they really so richly deserve to go out in style after the year and a third that they that capped off their high school career here. I want to thank Assistant Superintendent Mike Pearson and his wonderful staff in the Maintenance and Operations Department for everything that they did to set us up for such a successful series of celebrations. And I just want to extend my congratulations to all the graduates for your hard work, and wish them the best in their next endeavors, and extend my gratitude to the teachers and staff who worked tirelessly to help those graduates achieve that milestone. The next morning, bright and early on June 17th, I enjoyed a facilities tour of 4 campuses in the district: Vintage High School, Napa High School, Browns Valley Elementary School, and Phillips Elementary School, led by Assistant Superintendent Mike Pearson. And it was really helpful to see the facilities in person, and see the needs and issues and concerns with my own eyes, and hear from our team of experts what needs to be done. And I want to thank Assistant Superintendent Pearson for doing just such a thorough job in evaluating all of our sites throughout the district, creating a really comprehensive and detailed and prioritized working list of what we need to do. I really appreciated the focus on equity of across the district in his presentation and in our discussions. And it's very clear to me that we have a lot of education to do in our community to sort of explain more in depth about how our school maintenance and construction and modernization is funded. I don't think that people really understand it. I know that I have a much deeper understanding of it now as a trustee than I ever did as a parent or as a teacher working in districts. And how much it costs to take care of the facilities. And we have a lot of work to do. Our students and teachers and staff deserve to work in buildings that are warm, safe, and dry, and that reflect the degree to which we value them and the crucial work of educating the children of our community. That concludes my report.
Hi there. Well, I too went to the Zoom Adapt graduation, also Napa Valley Independent Studies, also Valley Oak High School, also American Canyon High School and Napa High School. And I confess, after Napa High's graduation, I was absolutely overcome by the heat. And in fact, it was hard for me to move the next day. It was really a hot day, but I was happy to go to the graduations because I really thought the speeches were unusually good this year. I just loved them. And, the students were, there weren't any cliches. They were speaking from the heart. They were recognizing what all of us had been through. And yet they were so optimistic. I mean, it was just really, really enheartening. And it was wonderful. It was just wonderful. And yes, Mike Pearson, thanks to you and maintenance and operations for making everything run so smoothly. I think the parents were really happy to be back for an in-person graduation. And it was just so much fun. And let's see, on Tuesday, I went to visit Vintage High School, Napa High School, Phillips and Browns Valley on the facilities tour. Trustee Dooley witnessed me have a post-traumatic stress incident inside of D7, where I worked for 15 years and occasionally felt extremely unrespected. And it was like a suburban slum. But at the same time, I was thinking of, the great possibilities because I was, you stand there and you look out at the hills. I was over at Phillips School, which certainly needs a lot of work, but my goodness, I'm just looking straight out there at Mount George. It's a beautiful setting, surrounded by trees. And of course, Browns Valley, has all the hillside around it. And I was thinking, what a lovely community we have. And I would really like our schools to be worthy of the setting. And it was fun. So I really had a good time. And, Norma Ortiz spoke up earlier, and I would like to congratulate her daughter for having such a wonderful finish to 6th grade. Good luck in junior high, middle school, excuse me.
So I also attended a lot of graduations. Actually, that was the highlight of my tenure as a trustee so far. I went to New Tech High School, Napa Valley Adult Education, American Canyon High School, Adapt by Zoom. and also Vintage High School. I also attended promotions at American Canyon Middle School. It's great that we can actually be in person at all of these. And I wanted to, I also went to Napa Junction Elementary School promotion, which was wonderful. I have to give a lot of props to Principal Noreen Montgomery and the PTO there for, making a promotion of their last promotion at that campus so memorable. And for all the students, they did this wonderful walkthrough of the entire campus. They visited teachers from each grade levels, and they got a nice set of swag from each teacher. And it was a great way to memorialize their experience at the elementary school. And it is the last class that will be promoting from there. And you could tell the energy is a little sad, but they're very excited to go on to their new campus next year. So I'm looking forward to welcoming them into that campus as well. I also attended the facilities tour of the 4 schools with Trustee Reiser on the 17th. And I also had a meeting with the City of American Canyon City Councilman Pierre Washington. And I think we're going to make that more of a regular meeting, just so we can touch base more often.
So I attended the Facilities and Technology Committee meeting on the 15th, and the facilities tour with Trustee Water. And it was, she told some great stories about her Napa High career, but it was a as my fellow trustees have said, enlightening tour, seeing all of the state of facilities. It was a wide range of qualities and lots of improvements that we need to focus on. I also attended graduations. I went to the New Tech High graduation, the American Canyon High School, and the Napa High and Vintage graduation. And I have to say my favorite one was, just kidding. I as a parent, I know you don't pick favorites. What I do want to say is I really appreciate the fact that all of the graduations were live streamed, and they are actually archived on the NVUSD YouTube channel in between our board meetings. So you can watch the wonderful speeches that Trustee Water mentioned and see how excited people were to be in person and celebrating, and watch all of the doves fly over the students for a couple of the graduations. So I appreciated that. And then the last thing I wanted to say, I have a page-a-day calendar at my work that is quotes from leaders. It's about leadership, and a lot of them really are about kind of a growth mindset that we talk about in AVID and at a lot of our schools. And the one yesterday was from Oliver Wendell Holmes Sr., who's the father of former Supreme Court Justice Oliver Wendell Holmes Jr. He was a doctor of, they call him a polymath if you look him up, which I call myself a polymath quite often. I know a little about a lot, but not a lot about much. But the quote was, and I'm going to paraphrase it. It was, "A person's mind is stretched by a new idea or sensation and never shrinks back to its former dimensions." And it reminded me a lot about both our students' experience in school. This is the idea, we're stretching our minds and hoping that it never goes back. And sometimes over the summer it does. But it also reminded me of the future paths that all of our graduates are going to be on. They will receive or experience new ideas and sensations, and our goal is to prepare them to be ready for those new ideas. We know that nobody is always ever always ready, but we hope that their minds will continue to expand.
Very similar reports. I attended from UTech. I know there's no favorites, but being able to call my nephew's name out for his graduation was pretty special. I guess there's some of the perks in what we do, very little. And then attended, what did we have? We had Vintage, we had Napa High. And so it was just, I think being in the presence of our youth, and again, and seeing them all together. And that was something that was repeated over and over, that was the first time they saw each other, either at practice for graduation for the ceremony or at the the second time they'd seen each other all together. So it just, you could feel, the energy and just excitement, but also the sort of caution of like, what's next, what's going to happen, what does the world hold ahead of us. But I agree with Trustee Water. The speakers were a fantastic. One in particular just reminded me of, again, to continue to listen to our youth. And because I was one of those people that looked at my nephew and I was like, oh my God, welcome to the real world. But no, they've been in the real world. And it was just such a cliche that it was just a reminder, like, that's right. So right. Of course it is. And I really appreciated that speech because our students have been living in the real world and always have. But it was really nice to be able to finish the year in that way and have us all be in a setting where we can all share that space together. So yeah, congratulations to the graduates, to the staff, to everybody who made it possible for those kiddos to cross that stage. All right, that being said, we are now moving to item G2, which is the board representatives reports, starting with curriculum and student support committee.
We have not yet met.
Facilities and technology committee.
Yes, so we met on June 15th and we had two presentations, one from the technology committee where we discussed the procedures for device check-in, meaning the returns of people's Chromebooks and other devices. We focused, or we looked at the uniqueness of this year, how everyone had their devices, how we were also having a more robust summer programs, and there was a need for many students to retain their devices over the summer. And that technology department will be looking at refreshing and ensuring that all the devices are ready for the next school year, and that it'll be a bigger challenge this year because of the higher frequency of use of all the devices because of the COVID year. We had a report from facilities on the process for the Division of State Architects legacy closeout, which involves projects on district campuses that were not fully closed out by through the State Division of State Architect, which sometimes it's a paperwork thing, sometimes the scope of work was not completed, but it is essentially like we didn't get the final permit. So often when a new project is starting, part of the process is looking at past projects that involved that space to determine whether existing legacy projects were still there. Then there's a process for reopening that project with the Division of State Architect, paying a fee for it, and going through the process of determining whether it's simply a paperwork correction or it's both a paperwork correction and some actual additional work that has to be done to complete the project. It can range from very simple to very complex. And we heard that there's about 89 or so outstanding legacy projects in our district. And many of those will be done we can do it either as a mass closeout, or we can do it on a project by project basis when those projects arise. And usually the funding for it is included in our contingencies that we put on any future projects. Let's see. And yeah, I think that's about it.
Thank you, Trustee Dooley. Finance Committee.
We have not met.
Thanks, Lisa. Policy Committee. Special Education Community Advisory Committee.
We have not met.
City of American Canyon Liaison Representatives.
We have not met.
City of Napa Liaison Representatives. Okay. And Town of Yountville Liaison Representatives.
We have not met.
Great. All right. So we're now moving into the Superintendent and Executive Staff Report.
Great. Thank you, President Gonzalez Mares. Good evening, NVUSD trustees and community. My report is very brief this evening because I just simply want to focus on wishing everyone a very joyous and happy summer. First, our students launched their summer break, then our teachers, after doing taking on the busy task of closing up their classrooms. And then at the end of this week, most of our site administrators will start their summer vacations as well. After this grueling year, I just want to wish everyone rest, relaxation, and rejuvenation. I know we have our maintenance and operations staff that will be hard at work getting our campuses ready for the 21-22 school year. So I want to thank them in advance for the important work that they do in the summer while many others are on the summer break. In addition, like the trustees have all mentioned, I want to give a second shout out to maintenance and operations for the incredible execution of 7 large-scale graduation events, all in 72 hours just coming off a pandemic when we all were not that used to gathering in community at a large public scale in the way that we did last week. Thank you for your seamless and flawless execution. The ceremonies were so beautiful, and it was so great to see our community celebrate the class of 2021 outside at our stadiums together and all in person. It was an amazing end to a very challenging year. For any parents that are listening tonight with this theme of a summer break, I encourage you to do your best to make sure your kids get some reading in this summer, right, Trustee Water?
Yes.
Okay. Reading is a great way to keep our minds active in the summer. And after a year of children being in front of the computer so much because of hybrid learning, I really encourage you to get them some books. So as a reminder, some physical books, potentially to wean them off some of the screen time. As a reminder, NVUSD is partnering with Napa County Library to bring summer reading to our students. So please check out the information on our district website about being part of the summer reading program. And I just want to take a moment to congratulate the 7 trustees to making it to our last regular board business meeting this evening. It's been a tough year of governance during really tough times. We've been seeing that across the state of California. And I just want to congratulate you. I want to congratulate our new trustees for their last 6 months. They're ending kind of their year one, first part of year one. And so thank you for all of your hard work. Again, congratulations. It's required a lot of dedication on your part. So thank you for your service to the community. So now I just want to invite my assistant superintendents to report out for the last time for the 2021 school year on the work in their respective divisions. But before I do that, I do want to take a moment at this last business meeting to express my gratitude to my senior team. Ms. Andrew Jennings, Mr. Pearson, Mr. Manguala, and Ms. Page have all done an excellent job leading really challenging work and projects in the 2021 school year. And so much of what we were able to accomplish with reopening our schools for in-person learning ahead of most of the state of California, balancing our budget in a declining enrollment environment, and building a top-notch summer program would not have been possible without their passion, their commitment, their work ethic, and their strong, courageous leadership. So to my 4 assistant superintendents tonight on this last evening, I want to just express a huge thank you to my team and recognize them for all of their hard work and all they've done this year. So with that, I'm going to transition to them and invite Ms. Dana Page, our Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, to give her report.
Good evening, President Gonzalez Mares, Board of Trustees, Dr. Massetti, and student. Oh, we don't have our student representative tonight. Well, she's probably here in spirit listening. Today, our Assistant Director of Human Resources, Gina DeLuca, shared the newest guidance from Napa County Public Health in alignment with State Health Department and OSHA rules regarding mask wearing, which our trustees and superintendent are modeling tonight. All employees must mask in the presence of students or the public, but in a school building, office space, and common indoor areas where employees only are sharing the air, vaccinated staff may remove their masks, and unvaccinated staff are required still to mask. And then when working in an outdoor area, masks are not required at all, whether you're vaccinated or not. And one of the responsibilities we have as an employer is to track vaccination status. We have sent out a survey to employees and are asking everybody to just share with us their updated vaccine status. Over the past 2 weeks, the HR leadership team has dived into the Diversity and Equity Inclusion Plan, which you're going to hear more about later this evening. And my team and I reviewed it to plan and identify some of the foundational elements and top priorities to incorporate into goals for the HR department for the coming up school year. And again, we'll have more on that later. And for now, this concludes my report. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Ms. Page. Next, if we can hear from Mr. Rob Manguala, Assistant Superintendent of Business Services.
Thank you, Dr. Massetti. Again, thank you for the opportunity to update the board and the community. I wanted to start by welcoming Ms. Jenna Burrows as the new Executive Director of Fiscal Services. Jenna is a Napa native and has worked in both school and city finance. Welcome, Jenna. On the enrollment side, we continue to watch our kinder and TK enrollment closely. With this said, there's a great deal of uncertainty about enrollment next year. Later tonight, Dr. Peter Bood will present regarding usage and impact review of our blended learning tools implemented during the 2021 school year. I look forward to hearing a little bit more about that. And on the technology side, they are starting up their annual summer projects. They never really get a break. They go away from COVID and all the projects related to that to getting ready to support students in the fall. This concludes my report.
Great, thank you, Mr. Manguala. Ms. Pat Andrew Jennings, Assistant Superintendent of Instructional Services.
Good evening, President Gonzalez Mares, Board Trustees, and Dr. Massetti. This week, after closing out an unprecedented 2020-2021 school year, we kicked off several summer programs. Tonight, I want to spotlight our elementary program. The Director Matt Manning and his team have worked tirelessly over the last few months to launch a summer program like no other, and it's serving almost 2,000 students at 11 school sites this summer. Students that demonstrated the most need for academic support are taking part in a full-day program that includes academic programming in the morning, and then EDMO, who is our partner, and enrichment activities in the afternoon. The half-day EDMO program has been made available to all elementary NVUSD students, with priority given to students in foster placements or who are homeless. To make all of this happen, principals and school site staff conducted weeks of intensive outreach to families with the goal of encouraging families of students who had remained virtual during the school year to take advantage of the in-person summer programs. We love that we were able to partner with EDMO to provide a high quality summer program that addresses the whole child, both academic needs and social emotional needs, especially after coming out of a year and a half of pandemic learning. I want to share a short video that was created by Debbie Baldwin, one of our teachers on special assignment who is supporting the summer program. Mr. Bassinet, can you key up the video, please?
Yes.
Mr. Bassinet, we don't hear any sound on our end. Yeah, we can hear some music, very low volume in the background.
The video just, it has music in the background.
Oh, okay, thank you. Oh, there it goes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bassinet. And as you can see, some of these children, this was their first time on our campuses in 15 months. And if the mask weren't on, you would be able to see all their happy smiles as they participated in our summer program. Another key project in the instructional division is the launch of the new middle school language academy. Newly appointed principal Alejandra Uribe just recently closed out her year at NVLA. And has begun planning for the work ahead. She will share a little bit about her plans for the summer. Ms. Uribe, you want to take it away?
Yes, good evening, President Gonzalez Mares, members of the board, and Dr. Massetti. During the May 27 board meeting, I was appointed as the principal for the new Language Academy Middle School, and I'm ready to roll up my sleeves and do the work leading up to a successful launch in August 2022. Overall, I'm excited for the work that lies ahead as we open up the Language Middle School at the current Salvador campus. I will begin the initial planning during the month of July, and I foresee the work to be completed in phases, which includes identifying the mission and vision and solidifying the unique programs for the school. This work will be done with a facilitator and key stakeholders who reflect the diversity of the community and the programs represented. This group of people who will be working alongside me will form the new Language Academy design team, and its membership will include current teachers, parents, and students from the following sites: NVLA, Pueblo Vista, Harvest, and River. I look forward to engaging in these tasks and also providing you with updates at future Board of Education meetings. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Principal Uribe. The work of the new Language Academy, it will work alongside the work, the redesign work for all of our middle schools in designing a vision of how we want all of our middle schools to be in terms of establishing the floor for programming, for scheduling, and all the components that will make sure that our schools are welcoming and inclusive. And that concludes my report. Thank you all.
Thank you, Ms. Andrew Jennings and team. Next is Mr. Mike Pearson, Assistant Superintendent of Operational Services.
Have you heard anything I've said to date?
No.
Oh, well, let me start over. Here we go. Good evening, President Gonzalez Mares, NVUSD Board of Education trustees, Dr. Massetti, and members of the NVUSD community. And thank you for the opportunity to provide each of you with a brief update of operational services. Maintenance and operations staff, along with all the high school and adult school leadership, held 7 successful commencement ceremonies last week to honor the class of 2021, which was noted earlier. I want to acknowledge and thank the leadership and contribution of several district employees who played a crucial role in planning, directing, and executing each graduation ceremony. Specifically, Director of Operations Gloria Aguirre and Director of Maintenance and Grounds Albert D'Souza for overseeing the operational side of each graduation ceremony and making sure the needs of each site were met. Maintenance and Grounds employees Laura Haishu and Hector Gallegos for leading and organizing staff to ensure the setup, takedown, parking lots, and all the other details were accomplished at the ceremonies. The countless number of maintenance and custodial staff who worked many hours providing guidance and supervision at each staff. The district office staff, specifically Mike Mansway, Peter Aboud, Brian Marcus, Sarah Knox, Matt Manning, and Drew Heron, and Peter Hartneck for volunteering to provide extra administrative oversight of the spectators at the larger graduations. And then locally, we had a business owner, Jim Van Winden, who owns Van Winden Landscaping, who donated all the plants at the ceremonies. Finally, I would like to also acknowledge the following school nurses: Kate Scudero, Lisa Ebeling, and Anne-Marie Pramick, who all agreed at the very last minute to be present at the nursing station on July 15th at Memorial Stadium. I think we all knew the weather on this day could affect some spectators, but no one was prepared for the volume of spectators experiencing some kind of issue with the heat on this day. As one of the nurses commented later, this was the most nursing interaction we had all year. Hopefully, we do not have this type of excitement at future graduations. On that note, operational leadership composed as several members mentioned earlier have already met to debrief the commencement ceremonies this year with the plan to improve and enhance the ceremonies for the class of 2022. And lastly, I'd like to thank the trustees for participating in one of the 3 facility tours I led earlier this week and last week. Your willingness to put your boots on the ground at several sites to learn about some of our school facilities and the facility needs is commendable. This concludes my report tonight, and in just a minute, a report about facilities, specifically summer construction projects, will be delivered by Kelly Jurgensen, who's the Vice President of Van Pelt Construction Services. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Mercedes and staff.
President Gonzalez-Morales, is okay if Kelly Jurgensen begins her report?
Absolutely. Sorry.
Yeah.
Figuring.
All right. Kelly, please start
It
away.
was
Take it away.
implied there, but please go ahead.
Sorry about that. I was waiting for the nod as well. So thank you, trustees. Thank you, President Gonzalez-Mares and Dr. Massetti, for having us back and giving a brief update on what's planned for summer 2021. So today I will be taking the trustees and the public through some of the projects that we have planned for the summer of 2021, which includes the following, many of which are already underway. As you can imagine, we have a short amount of time and a lot of work to do. We hope that everybody's having a restful summer, students especially, but we will be very busy with projects under the Measure H Bond program, as well as those where we partner with maintenance and operations. So as many of you are aware from previous presentations, we have a section of our Measure H Bond program devoted to campus modernization projects. These include projects that are focused on replacement of roofing, replacement of HVAC equipment, associated site work, and in many cases, painting as well.
Mr. Jurgensen, one moment. Mr. Bassinet, could you on the visual reduce our video so that we could see the slideshow and all the content in its entirety?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Sorry, go ahead, Kelly.
All right. So the schools that we'll be hitting with the campus modernization projects this summer are Alta Heights, which will be campus-wide, Vintage High School, which will be at their gymnasium, Donaldson Way, which will be campus-wide, Silverado, which will be at their gymnasium, and Napa High, which will be at their gymnasium. So a little bit of a breakdown of the different projects. We're focused a bit on new roof at Vintage High School because that was the immediate need, but the real kind of transformative makeovers that you're going to see are happening at Alta Heights and Donaldson Way as far as a campus-wide perspective. So here's some pictures. You know, students left on the 16th, and our contractor and great business partner, Wright Construction, is already very much underway during work. These pictures are just the things that happened in the last few days since students have left. We are really making sure that we take advantage of every single day of summer and get this work going so that we have less chance falling behind. So here's some work. You can see some demolition at Donaldson Way and Alta Heights. Old units are already off of the roofs. Roofing material is coming off. New roofing material is going over at Silverado Gym already. And some of the site work you can see we're already forming for concrete. So very quick turnaround on this work, and our business partners with Wright are doing a fantastic job of getting started. So quick update on the continued construction at the middle school at American Canyon. Our student commons project demolition is complete. And as you can see, we are starting to dig footings. The layout of the new building is really coming into fruition, and it's pretty exciting. One of the goals for this time of year is really to set up for success for the coming school year, because construction will continue when students return in August. So right now they're focused on things that require utility shutdowns and big disruptions to the campus, and really getting those out of the way so we can have a successful school year and be as minimally impactful as possible with such a big project. All right, so our summer also includes many to-do list items, small projects that we want to get done while students and staff are away from the site. This includes a replacement of the restroom portable at Vichy Elementary. The one that is currently there is in really poor condition, and we have an opportunity to take one from the previous Stonebridge campus at Carneros. And replace it, which is in far better condition, will be a better restroom for students and also reduce work orders. We will also be replacing a portable for childcare that currently resides at Vichy. It has been removed from an outside vendor, and now we'll be placing an NVUSD DSA certified portable in that place to support the new NVUSD program for childcare there. And at the Stonebridge new site at Mount George, we will be landing one more portable classroom, which is at the expense of the Stonebridge campus, but helps them with capacity at that site. Additionally, we'll be partnering with the maintenance team to replace the HVAC control systems at Shear Phillips, American Canyon Middle, and McPherson with the Pelican system, which is really beneficial twofold. It allows remote control of the HVAC system, which makes things really easy for maintenance and operations to control the settings of the system and also to troubleshoot when they get a work order. And it'll also really improve energy efficiency by allowing staff to see when things are running that shouldn't be and control them remotely. We will also be working with operations staff to replace flooring district-wide. Several classrooms at each of the sites will be getting new flooring, which helps to reduce work orders and kind of gives a clean start to those classrooms, the ones with the worst condition of flooring. Both the Pelican system and the flooring replacements are on the board docket tonight. So hopefully the trustees will be pleased with that and approve. Additionally, this week we are relocating the Stonebridge campus from Carneros to the new Mount George location. As Maria had mentioned earlier, we are in the midst of that move and things are going really well, so we appreciate their partnership there. And next week we will launch into the move, relocating the Napa Junction site from their existing site to the new school campus. One more item we'll be working on in partnership with the County Office of Education is to give an update to the current Vintage High School culinary classroom. They had received a grant and we are helping them organize that work for this summer to freshen up their classroom and get some new equipment. So as you can see, it'll be a very busy summer for both maintenance operations and school planning and construction. And if there are any questions, we are available to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Any questions from the board? Okay. Thank you so much. Right, we are now moving to the next item of our agenda, which is approval of consent agenda. Background information on these items is provided on the board to the board prior to the meeting. A common motion takes action without discussion on roll call vote unless discussion of items is requested by the board members.
I would like to request the pulling of two items, H2E and H4L. Otherwise, I would move to approve the rest.
That's a first by trustee Gracia.
Second.
A second by trustee Riser. Mr. Bassinet, do I have any public comment on consent agenda items?
There is no public comment for this item.
Okay, so first and a second, Vera, if you could conduct a roll call, please.
Yes, trustee Gonzalez Mares,
Aye.
trustee Jankowicz,
Aye.
trustee Gracia,
Aye.
trustee Ricer,
Aye.
trustee Shu.
Aye.
Oh, I'm sorry, trustee Water,
Aye.
trustee Dooley.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vera. So we are now going to item H2E.
Yeah, this is the renewal contract with Chavin and Associates. I have nothing against Chavin and Associates. In fact, I think they do good work. But best practices recommend that we periodically swap partners inside the firm and then every few years move to another firm. I believe we're approaching the time in which we will need to find a new auditor. I anticipate that the 22-23 school year might be our last with this firm, and that we should be looking in the 23-24 school year to find a new audit partner. With that, I'll move to approve.
Second.
First by trustee Gracia, second by trustee Water. Do I have public comment on item H2E?
There is no public comment for that item.
Okay, Vera, if you could conduct roll call.
Yes, trustee Gonzalez Mares,
Aye.
trustee Jankowicz,
Aye.
trustee Gracia,
Aye.
trustee Ricer,
Aye.
trustee Water,
Aye.
trustee Shu,
Aye.
trustee Dooley.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vera. Right to now item H4L.
Yes, this is the annual AVID membership. My concern here is with regard to a new school on the AVID list. This is the Browns Valley School, which is being included here. They had previously not had the AVID program and are looking to start it. I was a little concerned that I wasn't sure Browns Valley could manage all of the things that they're looking to do. As I understood, they were going to be moving to implement a STEAM program, and they're talking about moving potentially to a K-8 if they have the students, and then adding AVID on top of that. I was worried that they may not be able to handle all three of those at the same time. So it's a capacity issue that I had concerns about. And I'm hoping that they don't shortchange their other activities.
Well, if I may, I don't think they're doing a K-8, right? If
The interest was not there. There wasn't enough interest to implement the pilot in the 21-22 school year. It'll potentially be revisited based on interest for 22-23.
But I do think that the STEAM program and the AVID program do kind of mesh together. I think they complement each other. So, but I understand the, initiative fatigue and getting overextended. But I think these two would work.
Ms. Andrew Jennings, would you like to comment in response to trustee Gracia's concern? Okay, she may have stepped away. So trustee Gracia, we will, and Mr. Bassinet, can you expand again? Because we can't see the speakers now. So great, thank you. Trustee Gracia, thank you for your comment. I will speak to Assistant Superintendent Andrew Jennings and Mr. Matt Manning, who oversees elementary, so they can be aware of your concern and potentially have a discussion with Principal Frank Silva.
All right, with that, then I'll move to approve.
Second.
First by trustee Gracia, second by trustee Dooley. Do I have any public comment on this item, Mr. Bassinet?
There is no public comment for this item.
Thank you. First and a second, Vera, if you could take roll call.
Trustee Gonzalez Mares,
Aye.
trustee Jankowicz,
Aye.
trustee Gracia,
Aye.
trustee Ricer,
Aye.
trustee Water,
Aye.
trustee Shu,
Aye.
trustee Dooley.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vera. We are now going to items I of the board agenda, presentations and discussion items. I-1A, the Napa Valley Unified School District Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion and Talent Plan.
Mr. Bassinet, can you bring up the presentation, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, President Gonzalez-Mares, board trustees, and Dr. Massetti. I'm excited to present NVUSD's Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Plan to the Board of Education. hate when that happens. Okay. Presenting along with me tonight is the Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources, Dana Page, the Assistant Principal of American Canyon Middle School, Bobby Ruth, and Senior Department Administrative Specialist of Special Education, Liz Gomez. Next slide, please. We approached the development of our plan slightly differently than most districts. We approached it from a system lens, as opposed to looking only at our instructional practices, courses, or school climate. Our presentation will cover how we developed the plan, the current state of our district in terms of DEI, and an overview of the work of the steering committee. And finally, the key elements of the plan. Next slide, please. Oh, Mr. Bassett, can you go back? Thank you. Our work started early last school year as we engaged with our partner, Promise 54, to create a 3 to 5 year DEI plan. Our first step was to gather artifacts. The artifacts included such items as the district's student and employee handbooks, our previous equity plan, and our current discipline policies. In December, 2 surveys were distributed to all staff members. And then focus groups were held in January with various subgroups of employees. And finally, our steering committee convened in February and March to develop our plan. Next slide, please. Three surveys were conducted by Promise 54, each with a distinct purpose. The Talent Ready Diagnostic provided insight into what is the talent life cycle, or sort of how people are hired, onboarded, and in their career in NVUSD, and identifies organizational strengths and gaps. The organizational profile captures and shares data on demographic diversity, as well as the existence of DEI policies, systems, and practices. And finally, the staff experience survey gauged staff's perspective on the effectiveness of our DEI efforts within our organization. Next slide, please. Focus groups were held to contextualize NVUSD's staff experience and talent and culture survey data, with specific attention to affinity-based experiences, such as people of color, LGBTQ+, and other groups. And we looked at the experiences across classifications, such as the difference between our classified employees and our certificated, as well as the results, those results reflected in our survey data. In total, Promise 54 conducted 10 75-minute focus groups with a total of 61 staff members in February of 2021. Assistant Superintendent Dana Page will share what the survey and focus groups revealed. Next slide, please.
Hi, can you hear me? Just want to double check. Okay, great. So the survey illuminated that there was definitely some bright spots in NVUSD in terms of the clarity of NVUSD's strategy, goals, and expectations, and the way that we're committed to communicate decisions that impact the organization. It was also fairly universal that there was an overall high level of commitment that employees felt to NVUSD. And less universal, but also strongly felt by many staff, was a perception that NVUSD respects individuals and values differences. Next slide. There were also areas of opportunity that were identified. So among those are that people feel that we need to increase our commitment to and investment in DEI. And I want to just share at this point one quote that I've heard with how to explain DEI. Diversity is a given, inclusion is a choice, equity is a goal, and belonging is our ultimate endpoint. And so that's what I keep in mind when I think about the work. And that's what I think people are referring to when they talk about wanting to have a more equitable and inclusive organization, and one where everybody feels that they belong. So another area that that respondents felt we could do better at was not just about communicating decisions, but involving more people in the decision-making process. There was a desire for more professional growth and advancement and compensation that was more equitably distributed. Classified respondents reported feeling that they were undervalued and underappreciated. And overall, there were significant gaps in the experience when you broke it down by different groups, such as staff of color, LGBTQ+ staff. Different groups of people reported much different experiences than others that were not in those particular groups. And so those gaps are some things that we need to address. Next slide. So the next part of the process after gathering this data was to pull together a steering committee. Next step. As you can see, it was a fairly large steering committee. It consisted of 3 classified staff members. It was a mixture, the rest of certificated staff, but we had teachers, counselors, social workers, psychologists, and administrators. It was a mixture of site and district level employees, and it was about half managers and half non-managers. You'll notice that the 3 of us, Superintendent Dr. Massetti, Assistant Superintendent Pat Andre Jennings, and myself were part of the steering committee, but we did very intentionally try to take a back seat in a lot of the meeting to make sure that the rest of the people on the steering committee really had an opportunity to have their voices heard and weren't quieted by our presence. We really worked with our partners at Promise 54 to try to create that space for the other steering committee members. And I'm really happy and excited to introduce our next speakers and hand the baton to Ms. Liz Gomez and then Mr. Bobby Ruth to talk about their experiences and the work that the steering committee did. Next slide. And I'll invite Ms. Gomez to start her presentation.
Mr. Westonette, can we, I'm sorry, Ms. Gomez, one moment. Mr. Westonette, can we just get the speaker view? Just one speaker so we can see.
There's no notes.
Yes.
There you go. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Gomez.
Hi, good evening, Board President Gonzalez Mares, members of the board, and Dr. Massetti. I am here today to speak to you about my participation in the DEI Steering Committee. During the 3 two-hour sessions where we met as a committee, we worked on reviewing and evaluating the data gathered via employee surveys and focus groups, as well as identifying the root causes of the district's DEI challenges. We also brainstormed and prioritized the strategies we would focus on over the next 3 years. And at our last session, we worked on building a plan of action. Prior to each of our working sessions, we were asked to complete some pre-work, which enabled us to be more productive and prepare for each meeting. The sessions were conducted via Zoom. Lucerito Ortiz and Don Albert from Promise 54, I feel, did an amazing job at facilitating our meetings and making the entire process feel effortless. At each of our meetings, we would start with checking in as a group, and we would then be placed into breakout rooms to start the discussion and the work for the day. This helped promote open communication among the participants and allowed for everyone to give their input. Next slide, please. Step 1 of our planning process focused on strategy evaluation. Here we analyzed the potential impact of the strategies we had identified. We consider how it would move us towards our goals, how it would help resolve the root causes, and how broad those outcomes would be. We also evaluated the complexity and identified what was needed to implement each strategy, what resources we would have available, and the limitations we may face during implementation. I would like to add that being part of this steering committee allowed me to interact with NVUSD staff I do not have the opportunity to work with. I appreciated being able to see familiar faces as well, but in a different context and having the ability to engage in a conversation we normally would not. I am honored for the invitation to participate in the steering committee and for the opportunity to present to you today. Thank you for your time. Now, Bobby Ruth, Assistant Principal of American Canyon Middle School, will speak in regard to steps 2 and 3 of our planning process. Next slide, please.
Good evening, everyone. Here, as you can see from the slide, we have to establish a system to help us prioritize the various concepts, ideas, and strategies that were emerging. The graph shows the level of complexity versus the importance of impact throughout the district as a system. We really tried to focus on the big rocks and quick wins. These are the areas that we felt were the biggest need, since the quick wins are items that the district can implement right away, and the big rocks are the milestones that we would aim for down the road. All these strategies are addressed in the district's strategic goal number 5. Next slide, please. Throughout the process, we focused on these 5 main areas while developing and prioritizing the goals and strategies. The main idea that I would like to touch on is the alignment between the different areas and the long-term big rocks. Many of the committee members displayed an enormous insight in the logistics of these ideas and how they foresee them rolling out. Because of the various perspectives, we believe that we've come up with a comprehensive and achievable plan for diversity, equity, and inclusion throughout the district, no matter the position. What really resonated with me throughout the process was the amount of people that were ready and willing to do this work. We had various organizational levels of administrators, teachers, and support staff, all elevating ideas, discussing discrepancies and disparities within the system, while brainstorming and creating ideas to address them. We talked about creating a warm environment for our students and families at the site level, and this is the district-wide equivalent. The district is taking an active stand in creating a warm and welcoming environment for all staff. The overall goal is to continue to build a work environment where our colleagues, friends, and families are acknowledged, celebrated, and supported. Next, Dana Page will provide an overview of the plan. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Next slide, please, Mr. Bassinet. Right, so we've shared with you the entire text of the 3-year plan, and it is quite comprehensive. I'd have to say too that I couldn't agree with Bobby more that there's a lot of interest and will and some great ideas amongst our staff to make this all work. And I expect that we will continue to engage our staff on the continuing implementation work that's ahead of us and continue to evolve and refine the plan as we go. But I do feel really fortunate that we're in an organization where so many people are dedicated to this kind of work. And so I think that the 3-year plan that the steering committee has initially come up with represents a lot of material and a lot of potential tasks ahead of us over the next 3 years. I think that if you were to picture this like a structure that we wanted to build together, you have in front of you a lot of building blocks. And as we go, I think it's going to be important that we continue to select those using those blocks that our steering committee has provided for us, but also recognizing that there may be some places as we're building that we need to add a few other blocks, or that we need to think about what is going to be the glue or the material that binds everything together. So this is a great start, and we have taken some of these elements. As I mentioned earlier, I've worked with my staff to think about the things that are that lie really within talent and HR kinds of goals to figure out where we can start with this plan. But we're going to need to continue to refine it and to identify those kinds of things that we can do in year 1. So next slide, please, Mr. Bassinet. One thing I'd like to point out is that we have 9 different areas that the strategies and tasks that the steering committee came up with are organized around. The first 3 on this slide, you'll see really fit right within this idea that we need to create an environment for our employees that is inclusive and creates a sense of belonging for everyone. That if we can't do that for our staff and our employees first, that we're not going to be able to achieve that for our students. So these 3 goals are, around talent. They're around recruiting, hiring, advancement, and all of these things in year 1, we have some ideas that we're going to begin to tackle, some from the steering committee, but some of the ideas from the steering committee are very specific around particular groups, we've actually kind of recognized that there's maybe a step before that where we need to work on taking charge of our recruitment and hiring processes so that we are able to really present to potential candidates the kind of work environment that we have here at NVUSD that attracts people to our organization, so that we're ultimately in a position to actively recruit specific kinds of diversity into our organization. If we're not in the driver's seat of recruiting, then we will just be able to recruit from the people who happen to come and apply for our positions at EdJoin, but we want to be in a position where we're really messaging and showing out to the people that we're a great organization and we find individuals who want to come be part of that. So some examples of strategies that you'll see in the plan that we're going to incorporate in year one, for instance, is creating a strong message through our website around what it's like to work in NVUSD, what are the core competencies that are necessary to come to NVUSD and be successful in our organization. That is something that will help us to also then do. One of the suggestions of the steering committee is to refine our hiring practices, our interview practices, making sure we have guidelines and criteria for hiring. Well, we need to make sure that we've identified those core competencies that we want to have consistently across the district in order to be able to anchor our interview and hiring practices around. Same is true for advancement, when we need to think about pipelines that we can create for our employees, but we also need to think, what are the qualities that we want to see as employees are advancing through our organization. Next slide, please. Retention was a strategy, again, that we're not just talking about wanting to retain specific employees, but we want to, again, be in the driver's seat of retaining the best employees. And so we need to institute some practices that instill success in our employees. For instance, onboarding. One of the strategies that the DEI steering committee identified was that we need stronger onboarding practices. And so that's something in year one that we are going to take on as a goal in HR, is to improve our onboarding across the board for people. Likewise, exit interviews were something that the steering committee identified, and it's not something that we currently do for any employees. So we need to start at square one, which is to begin a process of exit interviews, which will allow us to continuously improve and understand why people leave the organization when they do. So there's 9 of these categories altogether. I've mentioned the first 4. Ms. Andrea Jennings is going to continue to talk about some of the strategies that appear in the next 4 strategies.
Thank you, Ms. Page. The next piece of the plan is dedicated to building the capacity of our staff in creating an inclusive and welcoming culture for all by providing DEI training throughout the school year across staffing groups, sites, and departments. For this work, we are starting with our leaders across all divisions. Specifically in the instructional division, we will focus our work on student practices by examining and broadening the curriculum to include ethnic studies, courses, and units that reflect the diversity of the community we serve. We will provide comprehensive and cohesive and continuous training and discussion around how to create and foster equitable and inclusive classrooms and schools. We have already conducted an English learner support audit to find ways to increase our support for our English learners to ensure that they feel included and supported on our school sites. Next, hold on a sec. In terms of our communication goal, the most important first step is to define and communicate our why. For why are we focusing on diversity, equity, and inclusion? What is it that we hope to accomplish? And Ms. Page alluded to or stated this earlier. The answer is pretty simple. We want to create welcoming and inclusive spaces where our staff, our students, and our families have a sense of belonging. That is our goal. It's clearly that simple. Ms. Page will conclude our presentation with some initial steps HR is taking to support better communication with our staff and a few more points around our specifically addressing our classified staff.
Mr. Bassinet, could you advance the slide, please? So in terms of communication, one of the things that we discovered through the pandemic is that not all of our employees are really responsive with email. And we believe that there's some of the fundamental disconnects that people reported feeling in terms of being informed or included in decision making may have something to do with a lag in communication and people knowing about the opportunities to give input. And we discovered that often went along the lines with our classified employees, and particularly positions where people don't tend to spend very much time on a computer or checking email. And so we want to make sure when we're thinking about our communication strategies that we keep all of our employees in mind and keep the diversity of their positions in mind, and think about some alternative ways to continue to reach every employee in our organization. So that's part of our communication goal. And in HR, that's one of our specific year one things that we're going to be working on is trying to figure out those best means of communication to include everyone. And finally, and kind of related to what I was just saying, was the gap of experience that some of our classified employees felt being part of NVUSD. And they reported not feeling as recognized and celebrated as certificated employees at times. And so one of our main goals of the 9 is to improve that, to make sure that our classified employees feel recognized and included, and that our whole organization understands the tremendous contribution that our classified employees make to our work with students. So we're finding ways to better celebrate our classified employees, to illuminate their contributions, and to provide professional development and make sure that when we have opportunities for certificated staff, think about what is the corresponding opportunity for our classified staff. So that concludes our brief walk through a very lengthy report. We hope that you got a good sense of what the work has been to get to this point in the plan. And we look forward to coming back and reporting on progress and specific success indicators that we expect in year 1 and beyond in the future. And with that, we'll take any questions that you have.
Thank you for the presentation. We'll take questions here. Trustee Gracia.
Yeah, I wanted to start by saying there's a lot to like in this plan, and I appreciate all the effort, thoughtfulness, and hard work that has been put into its creation. So let me just take this moment to say thank you to all those who participated in making this plan happen. My concern about this plan is that nothing in this plan does anything to recruit male teachers for elementary school. A scant 8% of our elementary workforce is male and 92% is female. At the elementary level, we have 306 female teachers and 29 male teachers. Nothing in this report does anything to address this disparity, and nothing in this report does anything to bring in male elementary and male elementary teachers of color. Despite this deficiency, I appreciate the scope of this plan and the recommendations that have been made.
Ms. Page, thank you very much, Trustee Gracia. Ms. Page, can you address some of the work around the targeted groups, given that Trustee Gracia is illuminating the gap that he identified in terms of males and males of color, particularly at the elementary level? Can you talk a little bit about?
Absolutely. At this point.
Oh, okay. Hold on, Ms. Page. I guess another trustee is identifying that they have a similar question and or concern. So maybe you can couple them all together. Go ahead.
A nod to Trustee Gracia and a want for it to include an increase in male teachers. This is a comprehensive document. It addresses the challenges, the priorities, and the strategies with specifics and clarity. Some of the challenges that you addressed were expected, and they give context to the issues. The strategies are driven by the priorities, and clearly they're going to have the flexibility to be adaptive to make sure we as the system can effectively execute. I do think that the student voice is critical to understanding and addressing these issues, and I hope we can incorporate their voice throughout this work. The most important element of this plan is that we are initiating this work. We are turning dialogue and intention into action. This is a proactive approach to issues that should not be addressed reactively. Every priority ultimately impacts student outcomes. It has tentacles into the entirety of the system, and its benefits are far-reaching and should be far-lasting. It is not our job to direct approach, nor the 9 strategies to be implemented. It is, however, to provide oversight, assess value, and determine if it has benefit and value to the organization. And our role is to ensure that the district is responsive to the values and priorities of our community. So that being said, diversity is often defined as pertaining to race, ethnicity, and gender. And I really appreciate our broader definition and disabilities and socioeconomic status and sexual orientation. All the characteristics that make us differ from one another should be acknowledged as we embrace this work. And diversity within the classroom, as outlined in research, frequently results in higher test scores, which is an obvious quantifiable benefit, but a less tangible benefit, but critical benefit is our generous diversity definition is it lends itself to respect for the dignity of every human. So check that box, value added. Equity in the workplace or equity in the classroom both deserve to be just, fair, and free from existing bias, and every student, every employee have valuable contributions to make. And this plan addresses the need to break down those barriers that might exist and add value to the organization, and I would argue humanity. Box checked, value added. And an inclusive environment for our employees as well as our students will foster a culture that as a whole will address any system inequities, which if we do not address can create disadvantages rather than opportunities. When we value our differences, everyone can reach their full potential. And ultimately, isn't that our job to provide the best path forward for student success? Value added. So if this DEI and talent plan is the roadmap to this destination, I am on board. And thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you, Trustee Gracia and Trustee Jankowicz. Other comments? Yeah, Trustee Chu.
So representing the most diverse community in our district, I am very much in favor of making sure the DI plan goes forward, because I think it does a lot of good across the board, not only for my community, but also in the NVUSD in general, because just to raise awareness of these issues is very important. Our society is moving that way, and we need to prepare our students. And what better way than to start with our staff and make sure that they are seen and heard, and eventually they represent the makeup of our students. I always share stories of my kids, and this is one of those stories where I've disclosed before that my son is neurodivergent. His favorite teacher right now is another teacher just like him. Disclosed to him personally that he has very similar struggles. And just that idea of being connected to somebody in what our kids consider in leadership, right? In their world, leadership are their teachers and their principals. If they can see themselves at that level, it makes a huge difference in how they feel comfortable in our schools and how they are motivated to learn. So I guess kind of related to that is I did see that I know that diversity comes in many, many forms. And I think we've done a good job in identifying many of the ones that are important right now. But I think we also need to remember that, not too long ago, we talked about, people with physical needs or people who are, and now also because if we, think about our last meeting where we talked about the increase in special education, a lot of those kids are probably neurodivergent. And to be able to incorporate those types of diversity into this plan would be great. I would like to see that happening, just because I think it will increase the way that our kids will respond to how they're learning.
Thank you, Trustee Chu. Trustee Reiser?
I just want to echo the comments of thanks to the steering committee and all the members for your commitment and willingness to participate in this work. We really couldn't do it without the diverse stakeholders who are embedded in our organization. And I just couldn't be prouder to be part of an organization that is centering this work. You know, Ms. Page said that the goal is to create an environment that's welcoming and inclusive, that creates a sense of belonging for our staff. And I just want to thank her for adding that if we can't do it for our employees, then how will we do it for our students? And so this is a roadmap, and it's an indication, I think, of our strength as an organization, that we're willing to engage in really honest self-examination and self-reflection, and then act on the results of that examination and reflection. To be able to publicly identify areas of weakness in which our employees feel perhaps disenfranchised, or that they're not experiencing the equity and inclusivity that we would hope they would, I think is a powerful testament to our strength as an organization. And I appreciate Trustee Chu's comments as well. I do think that we have a broad understanding of diversity and inclusivity, but we can always, stand to be reminded and to continue to expand our minds and our understanding of how to achieve that goal of being inclusive and welcoming, so that everybody belongs here. And it makes me think of one of the sessions I attended in the professional development day, that was the student-run panel, that I was just so impressed and touched by that experience. And the title was for teachers, how to make your classroom an LGBTQ safe space for students. And while I feel we owe a debt of gratitude to those kids for centering that discussion, and it was a valuable discussion. But I can't help but think every classroom has to be a safe space for our LGBTQ kids. And I want to thank Assistant Principal Bobby Ruth for his work at ACMS. I've attended several of the African American Coalition meetings, and that's another example of our staff and our organization centering this discussion, knowing that we can do better and that we have to do better, and that it's okay to take honest stock of where we are and where we need to improve, because if you don't do that, then you can't move forward. And I just really appreciate the hard work of everybody on the committee. The plan is very extensive, and I know that it will evolve and change, and I look forward to seeing the details filled in. But this is such important work, and Trustee Chu is right. This is where our society is going, and rightfully so. And I'm just so grateful that we're centering this conversation, and not just having a conversation, but really focusing on the steps that it's going to take and how we are strategically going to get there. So thank you.
Well, the preceding speakers are more eloquent than I am. While you were talking, while Trustee Jankowicz was talking about making sure we get young people's viewpoints, and you were talking about what you've seen at the schools, and then you chimed in, and I was thinking about my students and some of the discussions we had in class surrounding the literature we read, and all I want to say is the young people are way ahead of us. So we definitely need to, capture their voices as well. And, reading through the report, I was happy to see that our employees, there is a certain amount of pride working for the Napa Valley Unified School District. This is true. And if you say you work for the district, many people in the community, they respect that. At the same time, it's wounding when some of the employees feel less valued. And I certainly valued them, our M&O people this year. They talk about people who who worked and delivered for the district. All of our employees did. But I want this to be a place where everybody feels that their work matters, that they're important. You know, I think that's a basic human need, and we need to recognize that.
I'd like to echo everything that has been said. I think one of the, it takes intense intentionality to address these issues without focusing on these efforts. There's a tendency to fall back on easy and quick and on the things that we used to do or that we've always done, and that isn't going to address problems that require hard work or these big rocks as they're identified in the plan. So this effort it clearly has that intentionality. There are efforts in here in this plan where it's targeted, efforts to target recruitment and focus on groups that are underrepresented in our staff, and that's important. That's intentionality. I also like that there's intentional efforts to look at, for example, auditing our recruitment process, looking at our job descriptions, looking at our salary schedules, all things that aren't targeting specific groups, but allow for inclusion of any person whose identity is not represented or underrepresented. And so kind of both those efforts of targeting underrepresented groups, but also allowing our processes to include and provide a space for people who are underrepresented. It's a very important combination. I also like that this is directed and focused, appropriately on our staffing. We don't control all of the students that come into our classrooms. That's we accept everyone, and as we should. So we can't have the same kind of focused effort. But that means that when we are staffing our schools, both in the office and the classroom, in the library, on the grounds, and all of these areas, we need to be intentional about providing or showing the students that come into these spaces that our staff are just like they are, and they are just like we are. And this is where we can have the most impact on that. So this effort is very commendable, and I appreciate that there are really big tasks that we are taking on and committing to with this plan. It's not just simple things, it's an intentional effort.
I'll echo a lot what's been said. I think as I look at the plan, and just so for those who are watching, this is the presentation part of it, and then under J1A is the action part of it, and that includes the 101 page document that's more comprehensive and diving into each of the priorities and the strategies. So just to highlight that, and I'll just start by saying that the last 20 or so slides were the ones that struck me the most in ways that it quoted our staff. And that is the humanity piece of the work when you're talking about DEI. At the center of it is the human being. In particular, we're talking about this plan, is our NVUSD within the system of the NVUSD. So there's from those focus groups, all of that work. So that's where I now commend and thank the steering committee members for the tremendous amount of work that requires, because it does require pulling in who you are as an individual, and even tap into your own biases as you construct the work that you're doing, and constructing the priorities and when this, because at the center of the steering committee are human beings. I imagine with what I heard from the speakers in the presentation, I heard a lot of insight and appreciation, and it felt authentic and genuine, which is very much the goals that this DEI work is to accomplish, because it does need to be authentic. It needs to be raw. It needs to create discomfort, because we've been navigating uncomfortable waters for many, and for others, it hasn't been comfortable. And to be able to navigate through that, that's the raw, crucial piece that I think this work requires to dive into, because if we're still going to touch the surface of things, we're never going to get there. And it's not to come to the point where everybody agrees one way. That's not it. It's about being able to walk into a space and feel heard, feel safe, feel accepted, included. So it's a journey. I'm glad to see it. It's a 3-year plan for now, but the work needs to continue 100 years from now. And so that the work is starting at this level with this set of strategies that requires with such a big system like ours, absolutely. So it needs to be really clear. So I do appreciate the clarity in the document. I do think that it maybe that's just coming from my experience of doing DEI work in the Napa community for the last couple of years. Well, more than that, but it is, you do have to be flexible and nimble when you're doing this, because what often happens is that as a system that we are, as large as we are, we also can't keep moving forward thinking we're in work in isolation. We also have to understand the network outside, the network that exists within our youth. Our youth are coming with a very strong perspective. And who are we as adults to tell our youth, aside from the classrooms and curriculums and tests and all that, but hey, we need to hear from you to tell us how we need to construct the work, from our little ones to our future young adults. And I think that that's instrumental here. So it's complex, but at the same time, I do want to encourage that as we conduct our DEI work, that as a school district, that we don't work in isolation, that in some ways we're going to have to include the other DEI components that are occurring in other systems around us, which makes it more complicated, right? But that's the fabric of the complexity of being human beings here. And what I do appreciate about this too is that diving into DEI work requires an amount of just skills for one part, knowledge, experience, understanding, background of not just your academic side, but life experience at the same time. And I think that carries a lot of the reality of the work. So I'm looking forward to seeing the outcomes of what a lot of the strategies are here. It's not going to be easy. And I think from what I'm hearing from my fellow trustees, we're a group that embraces what is right and what we know this is a way to change in a way that is to improve and to keep learning about ourselves. I am looking forward to, again, not working as a silo, right? And to continue to engage with many stakeholders out there. There's a lot of wisdom out there from stakeholders that can also support the work that we're trying to do here with our students and our families who are also navigating other systems. And my other, and this is more of a question, is the steering committee. Is this a steering committee that's going to continue to stay on for the next 3 years as a steering committee, or is it just for this phase of the work? And then my other question is, because it could be such a new type of work, and I mentioned the steering committee, but it's almost like a leadership of DEI Academy within our staff. Does that continue to flourish and kind of train and bring other almost like cohorts of DEI leadership within our staff? So that way, you're talking from peer to peer and able to, express thoughts, opinions, and what's working, what's not working. And so that's, a question I had.
I can address that, and then I'll also loop back around to some of the questions that I think even surfaced beyond Trustee Gracia's inquiry around male teachers, neurodivergent. So to your question, yes, students, yes, thank you, Trustee Jankwitz. To your question, President Gonzalez Mares, regarding the steering committee, the thought was the steering committee served as the committee that was going to produce the deliverable of the plan as being presented tonight for action. And part of within the priorities, we're looking at some advisory structure, something like a DEI advisory council that would be a more permanent advisory council over the course of the 3 years of implementation, that where we would constantly kind of bring the work forward, let them know what we're doing, get sort of reactions, check for progress, check for, are we retaining the bright spots? Are we addressing the opportunities? How's the implementation going? And so we'll make sure, just like we did with the steering committee, some of those folks might be people that serve on the advisory council. But one thing's for sure is that the diversity in terms of employee groups that you saw on the steering committee will similarly be reflected on the advisory council. We just see the advisory council to also be more expansive and include maybe, beyond just employees, but maybe some community members, maybe some parent representation, et cetera, even potentially a board member who might be a representative on that advisory council as well, to watch kind of the work unfold. So that's the plan there. With respect to some of the target groups that were mentioned, I would like to toss back to Ms. Page, and so she can explain her theory of action around, Ms. Page, if you could talk a little bit about the employee profile and some of your ideas about first kind of building that out, and then using those as tools to attract employees from various target groups as we build that workforce that's more reflective of our students, like Trustee Chu had said, adds a lot of value, as it has for her son in particular.
Yes, I'd be happy to address that. And I think, for many years, we had a goal, district level goal around recruiting that was attached to, bringing in more diverse employees. And it was a great goal. And I think that it's important to have those types of measurements and those things to aspire to. But I feel that if we don't have the mechanisms for actually being in control of the recruiting process, then we're never going to meet those goals. So the actual numbers that we choose, or what types of maybe backgrounds or types of employees or types of people that we are looking for, will never be able to meet a specific goal if we're not actually proactively in charge of our recruiting. And what I mean by that is, currently we do a really great job of getting our positions out there and putting them, making people know when we're looking and we're hiring. We have a good reputation, but we're not more and more, it's going to be difficult to attract people to come to the organization. We're just because we're running into fewer and fewer employees out there, potential employees and potential teachers. And so we have to take a much more proactive role in our recruiting. We have to be able to sell ourselves to potential candidates. And then we can decide if we want to have specific kinds of folks that we're looking for. But until we are actually in the driver's seat of creating pools of candidates who are high quality candidates who are going to bring their talent, and then also will be able to, fill some of these diverse roles that maybe we don't have enough of in our organization already. But if we don't have an active approach to it, we're not going to be able to deliver on those kinds of goals at all. So I appreciate the various points of view as far as what we're missing. And I completely agree. And I think that we will definitely be creating those markers and those measurements that we will be able to track one of these days and make progress on. But if we're not attending to, the employee experience for all of our employees, if we're not defining what it means to be an employee and able to articulate that in a space that's going to attract people to our organization, then we're not going to be able to make any progress. So it's part of that. I heard Trustee Dooley say that, and the people sometimes fall on what's easy and quick. And nothing about this is easy and quick. We really have to do a lot of work to define who we are as an organization to the rest of the world, and attract people to us. Yeah, and again, I really appreciate all the comments of the trustees, and we'll take all of that in. I also want to just applaud the steering committee one last time too, because, and again, in not looking for easy, quick answers, the steering committee was charged for looking at root causes for the various dissatisfaction or for, why we're lacking a sense of belonging for everybody. And they went deep and looked at those root causes, and that's difficult, hard work. And that's what we need to address. We need to get that, get those things in a better space. And then I believe that when we create that organization that addresses those root causes, then we will be in a position where people will come work for us, and we will be an incredibly and then naturally diverse organization, because that's what we've put out to the world, that is what we are, that's what we're about, and that's what we're welcoming here.
I do want to just really, again, echo Dana's sentiments around the thank you to the steering committee. It was really, really deep work. It was really I have to say, some of my favorite professional work in terms of the work sessions. I want to thank Mr. Ruth and Ms. Gomez for coming tonight. They were incredible participants along all of their other colleagues. And I think you did an extraordinary job this evening of describing the approach and the development to the plan. I do just want to say that how we developed the plan with that diverse group of stakeholders and representatives within the steering committee was really where the value was. So it's not only the product, but how we went about it. Having multiple voices at the table represented across kind of all the layers of our organization just is why I think I found it to be such an enriching professional experience, and they all did an incredible job. So thank you, Mr. Ruth and Ms. Gomez for sort of representing the spirit and the voice of the group tonight. And then I do want to thank Ms. Page and Ms. Andrew Jennings, who've done an extraordinary job of kind of putting this all together and working closely with Promise 54 to curate everything that you see in the action item for later tonight.
Can I just jump in with one more? You mentioned Promise 54, and I think it's very commendable for them as consultants that they they're on the front page, but they facilitated it, but they're not front and center. It was the work of the steering committee and staff that did it. So thanks to Promise 54.
And they actually organization to take responsibility for presenting it, owning it. That's why they're not here tonight. So they really, truly were just the facilitators of the process to get us to the deliverable, but it's our job to own the work.
Thank you. I'm now going to ask Mr. Bassinet if I have any public comment on this item at this time.
We do have public comment. First person is Norma Ortiz.
Well, all of this is very interesting. It just makes me want to know more. I really want to emphasize on what Ms. Page was mentioning. I'm also very grateful that all these aspects that she touched upon are being considered or being in the thought process of her comments, especially on the aspect of the recruiting process and the types of employees, the active approach, and the aspect that is in a way acknowledged that is missing. I mean, it's good to hear all those perspectives in that sense. And it was also interesting to hear that it's mentioned that all the work that's being done to the approach and all the work to root the causes of the dissatisfaction to create in Napa Valley Unified School District that better space. So it's very interesting to me to hear all these comments and all the work that's being done behind the scene and all this information. I just like and really appreciate that aspect that Ms. Page is touching upon, and I would like to see more of how this is going to be phased when it's going to be, or well, it's here, but when it gets implemented or in the practice we see how this is going to unfold pretty much. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next speaker.
There is no further comment for this agenda item.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bassinet. At this time, we are reaching our break time. So we will return in 5 minutes. Thank you. right, thank you, everybody. We are now going to continue with items on I2A, which is the 2021 general obligation refunding bonds.
Mr. Bassinet, could you please start the very short slideshow, please? Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to update the board on our opportunity to refund some of our general obligation bonds. Next slide, please. So the Napa Valley Unified School District has the ability to refinance certain general obligation bonds. This will have the effect of reducing overall debt service for taxpayer savings. Conditions in terms of interest rates have been relatively steady and unchanged for most of the year, as short-term rates remain anchored near zero. Tonight's action will provide us with the opportunity to refinance as the opportunity arises. The goal is to save approximately 5% of net present value of the particular bond issuances. Next slide, please. So this kind of busy slide here, what it does is it shows interest rates, looking at different measures. And so the MMD looks at the tax-free market versus the treasury market and some of the changes we've seen. And so again, interest rates are still at an all-time low. What the opportunity for tonight is that we will be able to continue to watch the market. We have 3 issuances that we're watching very closely, where when the opportunity arises that we are looking at potentially refinancing them to save taxpayers money. Next slide, please. So there are 3 issuances, as I mentioned earlier. There's a 2010 general obligation refunding bond. They are currently tax exempt, and then 2012 general obligation refunding bond, and a 2013 general obligation refunding bond. Next slide. And so when you look at this slide, it's a summary of some potential savings. Again, these are based on estimates in the market. When we actually choose to move forward on it, it'll be based on the actual market that day. And so Series A, we're looking at a net present value savings of about 8.3%. Series B, 4.2%. And then the final series, Series 3, about 4.9%. And so the first series, I think that's pretty much a slam dunk. The next 2, we're just going to, again, watch closely. We do not have to do them all at once. It's one of those things where, again, we'll continue to watch interest rates. So again, based on market conditions as of June 8th, a current refunding of the 2010 general obligation bonds and advanced refunding of the 2012 and 13 is estimated to generate about $2.7 million in gross savings for the taxpayers. And so when you look at this, obviously you want to move forward to do anything we can to, save money for taxpayers, but to put it in perspective, it's a very small amount on actual statements. Maybe it's a penny or half a penny per person. But again, the idea is you want if anything that you can do to reduce the overall debt, you want to be able to move forward with that if you have the opportunity to. Next slide, please. And so again, this is another way to look at the potential refinancing that we have, about 8.6%. For again, the 4.2 versus 4.9, again, it depends on the day that you're looking at in the market, and then the other one with the total average of about 5%. Next slide. Thank you so much. And with that, I'll open up to questions. Are there any questions about this at this time?
I think anything that we can do to reduce the burden on our taxpayers is certainly something that we should be looking into. So I'm glad we're looking into this.
Thank you. And with that, there will be an action item related to this later in the meeting tonight.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments at this time? No? Do I have any public comment on this item, Mr. Bassinet?
There is no public comment for this agenda item.
Great, thank you. Now we're moving on to item I3A. This is the blended learning tools usage and impact review.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Excellent. Director Knox, are you online?
I'm here with you.
All right, excellent. I'll go ahead and share my screen.
So I'm going to jump right in with this first slide. So good evening, President Gonzalez-Mares, NVUSD Board of Trustees, Superintendent Dr. Musetti, and the Napa Unified Community. Dr. Bood and I are pleased to be presenting this Blended Learning Tools Impact Review with you tonight, where we will be outlining the usage and impact for a variety of tech tools that were used during virtual, hybrid, and in-person learning during the 2020 and 2021 school year.
Hello, everyone, and good evening. Our district work with these blended learning tools falls under our strategic plan goal number 1, student learning, achievement, and access, and spans across multiple initiatives within that goal.
As we presented to you back in August, our goal this year was to provide educators tools that would ensure high quality teaching and learning in both virtual and in-person learning environments for the 2020-21 school year. We also wanted to ensure that they would have high quality teaching and learning beyond the school year, with the ultimate goal of 1 year's growth in 1 year's time for every child in our organization, regardless of a student's starting point. So we knew at the start of this school year, when we were still virtual for the foreseeable future, that these goals would be especially challenging during the COVID-19 pandemic. We spent considerable time listening to and learning from our educators in order to make collaborative, informed decisions around the selection of tech tools that all sites would have equitable access to, regardless of their site funding allocations or the level of parent club funding support that they have. We set out to create both true coherence across our system and a common set of actionable data points for decision-making at both the site and district level. Next slide. So moving forward into the 2021 and 22 school year and beyond, our revised shared vision is to continue to provide educators and students equitable access to these high quality blended learning tools, even beyond the pandemic, and to ensure fidelity of implementation, measurable student impact, and solid return on investment. Next slide.
As Director Knox mentioned, our ultimate goal is to support students in making 1 year's growth in 1 year's time. And many of the tools that we talk about tonight will have provided adaptive and differentiated learning experiences for students based on their skill level. So students who are below grade level are able to access the supports that they need, while those who are at or above grade level can continue to excel. At the last board meeting, I shared data on the percentages of students making low, typical, and high growth on the STAR assessments, and explained that those making low growth are making less than 1 year's growth in 1 year's time. Digital tools like the ones we use this school year are one resource to help address the needs of students making low growth.
So blended learning is an approach to education that combines both online educational materials and opportunities for interaction online with traditional place-based classroom methods. So prior to the pandemic, there were pockets of educators in our system who were innovating and experimenting with blended learning tools such as Google Classroom, Kami, Edpuzzle, ST Math, and various others. We will be reporting tonight on the impact of the blending learning tools that the instructional division, in collaboration with data and assessment, selected and funded for the use during the 2020 and 21 school year, as well as our plans for each tool moving forward. Next slide. The slides or the tools that you see on this slide were our de facto LMS or learning management system tools for this year. So these tools, Clever, Zoom, Seesaw, and Google Classroom, provided increased security and accessibility for teachers and students alike, while creating coherence across our system and ease of use for students and parents alike. It also allowed us at the central level to easily make adjustments and upgrades and provide support across our system because everyone was using the same platforms. Next slide.
The different vendors that we worked with provide a variety of data points on each of the digital tools that we're excited to share with you this evening. Over 800 staff members used Clever throughout the school year. This includes approximately 725 teachers as well as other staff. And we have 16,779 students total, and nearly all regularly logged into Clever. This is not surprising as we built all of our digital learning out of Clever. And you can see that 16,172 students and teachers regularly logged into Zoom through Clever throughout the school year. Seesaw was used primarily by our TK through second grade teachers and students. 3,133 students out of the 3,414 TK2 students regularly logged into Seesaw. And Google Classroom was the primary teaching and learning organization tool for teachers and students in grades 3 through 12. And there were over 2,000 active classes in that platform throughout the school year.
So on the previous slide, we were talking about tools that enabled teachers to assign assignments to students and students to receive those assignments and complete them. So that was the sort of learning management system. The tools that you see on this slide are essential tools that enabled our teachers to keep students learning, quote, beyond the bell of synchronous time when students were not able to be physically at school all day long. So these are really key engagement tools that you see here that facilitated teaching and learning through Pear Deck's engagement activities during presentations, through Edpuzzle's interactive videos that ask questions as you're watching the video at various stopping points during the video, Cammy's interactive PDFs that enable digital text marking, and then Screencastify's screencasting, which enables teachers and students to record, edit, and share videos of their computer screens. So our hope is that implementation of these blended learning tools and these models will endure beyond the pandemic and allow teachers to maximize that synchronous in-person classroom time that they have with rich discussion and collaboration. Next slide.
So we have some usage data for these tools. Over 14,000 users used Cammy. Over 2,600 people created videos using Screencastify, the majority of which were students creating content for their learning. And nearly 40,000 videos were created this last school year. Our middle and high school students were the primary users of Edpuzzle. 264 secondary teachers out of 436, or approximately 60%, regularly used Edpuzzle and created nearly 12,000 interactive videos. Pear Deck was used by teachers K-12 across the district. 466 out of 725, or 64%, were regularly using Pear Deck and created over 36,000 interactive presentations.
So the applications that you see in front of you on this slide, some of which were already in use pre-pandemic, like Imagine Language and Literacy and Benchmark Universe, these applications supported our students' academic progress via increased differentiation and individualized adaptive software platforms. So while we've used Imagine Learning with our most at promise English learner students for many years to help them reach English proficiency in order to be redesignated as English proficient, this year we expanded access to all elementary students to provide ample independent practice with language and literacy during their asynchronous learning time at home. In addition, while supplemental math tools like ST Math or Happy Numbers have been used sporadically at varying sites in the past and previous years, this year, in 2020-21, we funded district-wide access to Dreambox Math in grades K through 8, which was supported centrally so that all students in all of our schools would have access. Both IXL and Edgenuity were new implementations this year and supported our mild to moderate special education students and middle and high school students, respectively, with standards aligned video-based curriculum for blended learning environments. Both of those programs allow educators to customize curriculum for their students who monitor their own progress while completing lessons, assessments, and interactive activities. Next slide.
80% of our K-8 students logged into Dreambox and completed lessons, and we had an astounding 1.4 million total lessons completed this year. The target for Dreambox is that students complete 5 lessons per week. Students who completed between 2 and 5 lessons made 0.75 years growth in the year's time. And students who completed more than 5 lessons per week grew twice as much and made 1.5 years growth. So the average Dreambox user made 0.98 years growth. That's nearly a full year despite being in a pandemic and without being physically at school for full school days. We would like to celebrate and acknowledge Redwood Middle School and Canyon Oaks Elementary School, which had the highest usage data. Some highlights include 78% of Redwood 6th graders and 83% of Canyon Oaks 3rd graders consistently logged in and completed lessons throughout the school year with no gaps in usage. And 75% of 4th graders at Canyon Oaks are on track to meet end of year state requirements according to Dreambox's predictive insights data. With Imagine Learning, we had over 6,500 students use the tool and averaged 24 minutes per week. This tool was available for students K-8, so this is out of 10,751 students, or about 60%. Imagine Learning Espanol was used by our dual immersion elementary schools. Between NVLA and Pueblo Vista, 844 students regularly used the tool out of 1,084, or about 78%, and averaged 23 minutes per week. And finally, we had 142,000 logins by students into Benchmark throughout the year. Edgenuity was used at our secondary level, by over 1,100 students out of 5,988, or about 19%, and a total of 270 courses were completed. This means the students finished all the activities in the course assigned to them by the teacher. And we had 112 active teacher accounts using IXL. This accounts for all of our K-12 mild moderate special education teachers, as well as paraprofessionals and others supporting the student learning. And students spent over 9,000 hours over the course of the school year in IXL.
So next we're going to discuss our usage of technology tools that supported our teaching and learning of the next generation science standards. And at the elementary level, we continued to support centralized mystery science funding for all grade levels. This program we've used it in the past, and it has been a helpful temporary solution for teachers as we transition to next generation science standards aligned curriculum through the adoption process. We expect that there will be a transition to a more complete elementary science curriculum that includes digital components once the elementary science pilot is completed next year and an adoption is approved by the board. At the middle and high school levels, Amplify Science and Discovery Education Science were newly approved by the board this year and include interactive digital tools to empower students to think, read, write, and argue like real scientists and engineers. So Peter will speak about the usage of these digital science tools.
So here we have the usage data for those tools. 35 teachers, or all the middle school teachers, and 2,350 out of the 3,816 middle school students, or 61%, utilized Amplify Science this year. And 56 teachers, all of the high school science teachers, and over 2,000 students utilized Discovery Education. And at the elementary level, we had 174 K-5 teachers out of about 290, or 60%, utilizing mystery science throughout the year.
So next we're going to talk about some next steps. But first I want to acknowledge all of the efforts of our educators and our system for engaging with these new tools, putting them to use, innovating with them, and engaging students throughout this very challenging year. I'm just so thrilled with the progress that our students were able to make and the engagement they were able to have despite all of the challenges that we faced this year. So I just want to acknowledge that and thank all of our educators for being amazing. Looking ahead to 2021, 22, and beyond, we have established some agreements within our instructional division in collaboration with data and assessment around the adoption and implementation of blended learning tools. And these include what you see in front of you, creating equitable access to tools and consistency across our system is an agreement and a shared understanding that we have moving forward. And we want to make sure that if something is available at one school, we're providing it at all of the schools, and making sure that it is a research-based tool that we can back up with evidence and data that it's actually working for our students. And so with that in mind, we're committing to 3-year implementation cycles, where instead of trying something out and then pulling it back, we're committing to something for 3 years. And we're going to use an analysis framework, which will triangulate usage percentages and performance data on universal screeners. And we're also going to provide data that's disaggregated by subgroups like English learner students, foster homeless youth, socioeconomically disadvantaged youth, and students receiving strategic and intensive interventions. So we'll closely monitor usage data, fidelity of implementation, and our return on investment, using that student achievement data to drive our decision-making about whether or not we sunset certain tools and bring on new ones after those 3-year cycles. Next slide, which is the last one. Thank you very much for your time and attention to this presentation by myself and Dr. Abood. This concludes our presentation for this evening, but we'd be happy to take any questions from the trustees at this time.
Thank you. Any questions? Yes.
So I appreciate that we're keeping all of the programs from this past year. I would like to see, as we move back to in-person instruction, how or in what ways these programs continue to be used or not, depending on how things go with that transition back to in-person learning. I would like to know if any of these sort of fall by the wayside and whether or not they're then in potentially need of pruning from our suite, and what we would be looking to replace those with. I think it's going to be really interesting to see what happens to the usage statistics as we go back to the classroom.
Absolutely, and we'll be looking closely at that as well and be reporting that out to you.
Well, I have a question. Use student achievement data to drive decision-making. Exactly what is student achievement data? What is that? Is that something beyond test scores?
Yes,
Peter, do you want to speak to that, or you want me to answer?
I can, I'll start, and then if you want to jump in, that sounds good. I know we do a good job with that. So thank you for that question, Trustee Waters. So we're really trying to look at comparing multiple data points for kids across different platforms. So for example, if we have a group of students who are receiving support from the elementary interventionists, being able to look at those students and then look at their STAR scores and then look at their usage of certain technology tools and be able to compare the data across all 3 of those areas or even more to help us make those decisions. So if we see that that students are their STAR score is increasing because of the use of a certain tool, then that's going to be a very important data point. So we'll be trying to connect those dots as we move forward.
Okay. Of course, it's completely possible that their STAR scores would improve because they were so engaged with in-person instruction, correct?
Absolutely, and I think we can also do those comparisons to the general population and see if certain tools or certain approaches are creating what's the word? Sorry. If we're seeing especially high increases in certain situations, then we can monitor for that and use that as part of our decision making.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Dr. Abood.
Yes.
And Director Knox. Question, so how is that, you mentioned consistency, you mentioned coherence, and how does that apply to faculty? How are they supported with consistency in developing strategies to use this as a tool? Because I imagine that that's not necessarily consistent throughout the system.
I can speak to that. So with each of these tools, we make sure that we provide layered professional development. So starting back before school started last year with our learning lab, providing splashes and introductions to different tools for those who were unfamiliar with some of the newer tools. And then we provided ongoing, usually on Wednesdays, drop-in professional learning. A lot of principals would bring the trainings to their sites virtually, of course, this year, bring the virtual trainers to their sites to do site-specific professional learning. And then we also have Ashley Green, who is an amazing in-house support with technology integration. And so she was available for coaching and drop-in office hours for our teachers throughout the year. So those are just some of the ways that teachers were supported in ensuring that that they felt comfortable in deploying these tools within their classrooms, virtual classrooms, and in person or hybrid classrooms. And in addition, we realized that this year was a challenging year, and so certain tools were not necessarily required usage this year. There were some things we were looser on, and some things we were tighter on. We had a pretty tight ask of teachers in K-8 to be using Dreambox with their students, or having their students use Dreambox for a minimum of 5 lessons per week in order to hit that sweet spot of 1 year's growth in 1 year's time. That was something that we were tighter on. Other things like Edpuzzle and Kami were more like, we're providing you this tool because we think it'll be a lot easier for you to execute on some of the asynchronous assignments using these tools, like this digital markup tool with Kami that our secondary teachers used a lot. So I hope that illuminates it a little bit more for you, Robin, or Dr. Equitz. Or Trustee Equitz.
And so next year, as we matriculate back into the classroom, will it be a little more stringent? Are you going to require, as opposed to strongly suggest, to encourage consistency throughout the system? I mean, how will that work? And then how do you monitor that?
As a instructional division, and in collaboration with Peter's team and data and assessment, those are some of the conversations that we're having as we start to regroup over the summer and do some of our planning and agreements around, what are some of the things that we're going to roll out to the principals at our management retreat prior to school starting, that we feel like in order to get a true return on investment, we're going to have to set some guardrails for these technology tools, or else we're not going to be maximizing the investment that we're making on them. And I think others, we would probably decide we would feel comfortable with people using in a more casual sense, because certain tools just aren't as expensive as others, like some of the ones where they're very content heavy, like Imagine Language and Literacy or Dreambox, and they're using adaptive software that's very high tech, that has algorithms involved. Those are very expensive per student licenses, whereas things like Kami and Pear Deck are more like nice to have tools that are for engagement and aren't as expensive of an investment. So I hope that makes sense.
Thank you. And it speaks to Trustee Waters' observation that it's difficult to measure achievement if we have inconsistency in dissemination of the information and the tools and the structure. Then measurement becomes kind of arbitrary. So we look forward to hearing feedback as we go forward. Thank you.
Yeah, you have to look at measurement in multiple ways. Like Dr. Booth said, you have to look at measurement on metrics within the software, and then also look at, does that match what students are performing, how students are performing on other metrics as well? Because just trusting the metrics inside a tool like Imagine Learning or a Dreambox that's telling you that a kid is making 1 year's growth in 1 year's time, you want to double check that with some other external assessments outside of the program itself.
Great. Thank you, Director Knox.
Absolutely.
So we've been in this district for 8 years since my eldest was a kindergartner, and that was when Common Core started. And I will say that these new software, way better than what we started with. I had lots of struggles with both my kids with iRead and ST Math. They just did not like it. They were able to do it, and maybe because it was not as adaptive as these new platforms are. So I really appreciate that. Maybe these new ones are a little bit more gamified as well. I know the kids really like that. So I really appreciate that we are looking at better ways to engage our children. One of the things that I was thinking about is, we could not get to this point where we can actually explore more options for programming at this level without having devices for our children. And I just want to say kudos to Dr. Musetti and the forethought in bringing that technology as to one-to-one even before the pandemic. So when we first started in kindergarten, I went to a seminar by the district saying, you can bring your own devices now. And I was like, well, what about people who can't afford it? And their response was, well, we have a contract with these vendors that can give, discounted internet service or discounted devices. But you know what? That was not enough. That is not enough for a lot of our families. And so I think what is really enabling us to provide these effective tools is that we have devices for our children. And this was not the case, when the pandemic started. And had we not had this in planning, we would be still waiting for devices because there was a shortage. And there's still a shortage now of, electronic parts. And so I do want to acknowledge that fact that the district did put in the effort for planning to make that, a reality really for all our children. So related to that, I know that and Trustee Dooley had said that the IT department had collected all of the devices from TK through TK to 4th grade to get them ready for next year. So, and I think next year we're going to keep them in the classroom as much as possible because you want to make them available in the classroom for learning. So I guess my concern is, how do we ensure that there's still equitable access going forward? This year they were able to have it at home. Are we able to lend out devices maybe on a weekend, or if they wanted to do a little bit more at home? Although I know that I think it's been a few years when we're not supposedly having homework in elementary school anymore. We still have it in secondary, but I think it's still useful for kids who might need the extra reinforcement of what they're getting in the classroom, is to have those devices to be accessible, especially since those devices work with the programs that are being selected and that the district provides access to for the kids. So is there a plan to do that for the students?
Yes, thank you for that question, Trustee Chu. And I'm going to go ahead and defer to Mr. Mingwala because I believe he is one of the great supports for our technology department and can speak to the policies that we have in place to support the equitable access moving forward.
Yes, you touched on that perfectly, Peter. So we are looking at equitable access, but the first thing that we need to do is we need to kind of unpack from where we are at the pandemic. And so again, we have, because we were taking attendance on the last day, the vast majority of students did keep their device for the summer. When they return in the fall, there's going to be a need of just kind of seeing where we're at with devices, again, moving back towards the elementary level, carts at the elementary level. And then remember, I think we've spoken also about the idea of replenishing our older devices. And so typically what you do with the older devices, you don't sell them, you make them available to students to check out and take home who don't have access to a device. And so upper grade level will typically continue to bring the devices to and from school. but the lower grade levels, typically teachers prefer that they have them in the classroom just because of the chaos it causes bringing them back and forth, if that helps.
Yeah, no, that's great. I like the idea of using the old devices in that way. It really is great to be able to repurpose that, and the district can support the students in using those devices as well. My other comment was, I know that Imagine Learning and Dreambox, both of which I've observed my younger child using, are very adaptive. And is that adaptive nature enough to accommodate I guess the diverse learning styles of all the kids, and I know that I think there's another program that you didn't touch on, which is the Renzulli Learning Program for the ALPS students. What is the status on being able to help teachers differentiate in the classroom using some of these tools?
So I can speak to that, Trustee Chu. So with both Imagine Learning and Dreambox, they are adaptive. And what I have appreciated as a former principal that used ST Math and then seeing Dreambox this year is that Dreambox doesn't just adapt down to students who may be working at several grade levels below their own grade level. It also allows them to accelerate up so that students who are working multiple grade levels above their own, maybe they haven't learned algebra yet, but they could be, working with some algebraic functions and math skills, even though they may be in fifth grade still. And so they do adapt both ways, right? They both differentiate and scaffold for students who are working below grade level, and they extend. And for those ALP students or students who need acceleration, they can do both. Both of them can go in both directions. And that is why, like I said, those programs tend to be a little bit more expensive per student, and why we monitor those ones and have tighter guidelines around usage for those programs than we do others. So we want to make sure that students are getting that differentiation and that individualized support. And we worked really hard with teachers this year on making sure that they had access and were able to analyze and interpret the data that was coming out of these programs, because they churn out a lot of data that teachers can use to guide their human interventions or human, enrichment and acceleration activities that they do with students. They provide small group learning supports, or suggestions for small groups, and what skills the students are working on. So they can be really, really useful tools for the teachers, in addition to providing that independent practice that's adaptive for the students.
So my last comment is, I don't know if the trustees know, but Dreambox actually allows parents to have an account that's linked to your students, so that at each time your student hits a certain benchmark, you get an email that says, here's what your student has been working on. He has mastered this skill, and here's how you can support them at home. So I really, really appreciate that. I know that it's an expensive program, but you know what, that feedback for parents, especially when you don't necessarily always have time to keep up with your children's work. And I think that's invaluable. And I really appreciate that connectedness that parents have with their students' work. And I hope that next year, maybe we can, I don't know how many parents actually know that this is available. I just happened to be watching my son do homework one day, and I said, hey, what's that parent link? So I went through and did it, and I was like, oh, well, this is great. So I hope that maybe next year we can broadcast that a little bit more, so that our parents get more engaged with what their students are learning, at least for the math. I don't know what they have for Imagine Learning. I haven't looked into that any more than just seeing what my son's doing.
That's really good feedback for our team. And I know that we had lots of great sessions as part of the parent learning series this year. And I think that we want to continue to build on that and make sure that parents are feeling connected to what their students are doing and feeling like they have some insight into being able to help them. I know math especially is kind of a pain point for parents and students at home. I can speak from personal experience with my own son who's in 6th grade. And so I think the more that parents can be aware of the content they're learning and mastering and making progress with, certainly the better. The last thing I want to say, and we do really appreciate your feedback. And the last thing I want to say about all of these tools is that they really are supplementary tools. So they're not meant to supplant teachers or content or instruction. They were particularly useful this year during the pandemic. And I agree with what several of the trustees have mentioned. It'll be interesting to see how things progress next year as we return to full in person and we make that transition, and to see how many of these will still get traction and will still be used. But they really are one tool in a teacher's tool belt. And we were just happy to be able to provide them and support teachers with that this year.
Great. Other comment or, oh yeah, Trustee Reiser.
I want to thank you both for this presentation and also just for your dedication in problem solving, climbing the mountain that you climbed over the last 15 months and figuring out how to get as much meaningful curriculum and instruction enacted in these really difficult circumstances. And also just a shout out to the teachers and the parents and the students for conquering a really steep learning curve in, managing multiple new tools at a time and learning to navigate them. So thank you for that. And I want to just say, I think you're being really strategic and intentional in the way you're monitoring and deploying these. And I appreciate that I think it's really smart to give it a little bit of time, to see what sticks. And I'm excited to think about the kids coming back and already sort of hitting the ground running and knowing how these platforms work and how they interface and how to use the tools. And I think I appreciate, Sarah, you saying that these are tools in the teacher's tool belt and that they're not meant to supplant the actual human teaching part, which is the, central. But I can see how useful they can be, or I can imagine how useful they will be in enabling differentiation within the in-person learning. With teachers, if you want to pull a small group, especially with younger kids, it's always a challenge to figure out how to keep the other 18 to 20 kids meaningfully engaged in something productive while you're working with a small group. So it's exciting to think about how the high impact of these really great tools going on while teachers are having that small group time. I did want to ask about just the sort of in the usage reports. I jotted down some of the numbers that we got that weren't in the original slide deck, but like Seesaw, which I think I'm correct that it's a pretty the central language arts tool. There were still 281 K2 kids that weren't using it. So I'm wondering just if you can speak to what the barriers of usage were for the kids. I'm speculating. I imagine that it was reading capacity and maybe, engagement challenges. And I know, Dr. Aboud, we had a conversation earlier on in the year talking about sort of how many words, one of the platforms, maybe it was Seesaw, that it was like, oh, well, as long as they have these 30 words or 35 words, then that's all they need to be able to access. And so, as someone who's worked with, young primary students that struggle with reading, you know, what are we doing to help those kids that don't have those words yet? And were there other, am I correct in thinking that that was a barrier to usage with the younger kids? And what other obstacles were surfaced from your, you know, feedback from teachers, and do we have strategies to address that?
Peter, I can jump in first, and then you can dovetail off of me. So Seesaw was Benchmark is actually the core language arts tool that was being used for at the elementary level, and Seesaw is one of the assignment platforms. So it was basically like the primary version of Google Classroom, for lack of a better analogy. So it was something where the primary teachers could assign assignments, and they were a little bit more primary friendly than the Google Classroom interface. And so the teachers that were not using Seesaw were probably using Google Classroom. And so you would see some overlap there, because some teachers were more comfortable maybe in second grade, where the kids are a little bit older and a little bit more adept at Google Classroom. They might have been using Google Classroom instead of Seesaw. And then also at the TK level, it's a big challenge with your TK kids to get them to do either Google Classroom or Seesaw. And so some people were just mostly using other methods to assign assignments to students and to have them complete them. So that's my sense, or my interpretation of why you didn't see 100% of the teachers in K2 using the Seesaw platform. It was more of a choice point. But Peter, you can add on to that.
Yes, no, I think you answered that perfectly, Director Knox. And like you're saying, there may have been teachers that were running everything out of Clever, directly out of Clever, for example, or may have been using Google Classroom. So it's not that the students didn't have access to a platform. It just may have looked a little bit different for that particular teacher, or that particular group of students. So there may have been some variance there for that.
Okay, thanks.
Absolutely.
Another question?
I got another question. The numbers on Edgenuity indicated that there are not very many people that are using that. I think it was maybe 19% or something like that. Do you have an idea of why the usage was already so low?
Thank you for that question. That's a really great question. That was something we noticed as well, that the usage was low for Edgenuity. And so that is something that we'll need to keep a closer eye on, and something that I'll be working, I'll be collaborating with Director Reddy, our new Director of Secondary, to see what we can do to fine tune the use of that tool, because you are correct in that the usage rate was low compared to some of the other tools that we were looking at.
Okay. I'm going to ask now Mr. Bassinet if we have any public comment on this item.
There's no public comment for this item.
Great, thank you. I was moving things on my screen here up and down. Okay. We are now moving into our action items. So this is item J1A, the Napa Valley Unified School District Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion and Talent Plan.
So moved.
First by Trustee Gracia, second by Trustee Water. Do I have any public comment on this item?
There's no public comment for this item.
Thank you. First and a second, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody oppose or abstain? Motion passes. Thank you. Item J2A, adoption of 2021-22 budget.
Move to approve.
I'll second.
First by Trustee Gracia, a second by Trustee Jankowicz. Do I have any public comment on this item, Mr. Bassinet?
There's no public comment for this item.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose or abstain? Motion passes. Thank you. Now, resolution 2128, general obligation refunding bonds.
So moved.
Second.
First by trustee Gracia, second by trustee Dooley. Do I have any public comment on this item?
There is no public comment for this item.
Seeing that it's a resolution, Vera, if you could conduct roll call, please.
Yes, trustee Gonzalez Mares,
Aye.
trustee Jankowicz,
Aye.
trustee Gracia,
Aye.
trustee Ricer,
Aye.
trustee Water,
Aye.
trustee Shu,
Aye.
trustee Dooley.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vera. Item J2C, Resolution 21-29, Middle School Boundary.
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
First by trustee Gracia, second by trustee Jankowicz. Do I have any public comment on this item?
There is no public comment for this item.
I'm just gonna suggest that when we get this up on the website, that we put together a little bit better map.
Other comments?
We will.
Okay, yeah. That's a good comment, suggestion. As seeing that there's no public comment, we have a first and a second. Vera, if you can conduct roll call.
Trustee Gonzalez Mares,
Aye.
trustee Jankowicz,
Aye.
trustee Gracia,
Aye.
trustee Ricer,
Aye.
trustee Water.
Aye.
I feel like we lost her. Vera?
Oh, trustee Shu,
Aye.
trustee Dooley.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vera. Now on to item J3A, request to hire educator less than fully credentialed.
So moved.
Second.
First by trustee Gracia, second by trustee Dooley. Any public comment on this item?
There is no public comment for this item.
Thank you. First and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody oppose or abstain? Motion passes. Thank you. Amend contract for superintendent. So this is item J3B.
So moved.
I'll second.
First and a second, prior to, before we continue, I need to conduct part of our process here is to read the language. So we have a motion, a first and a second. I will start by saying that on behalf of the board's ad hoc committee reviewing the superintendent contract, I am pleased to recommend this contract amendment to the full board because the superintendent has provided outstanding service to the district and has exceeded a satisfactory evaluation in each of her years with the district. We recommend that the superintendent's employment agreement dated May 31st, 2018 be amended so that as of July 1st, 2021, she will have a new 4-year term extending from July 1st, 2021 through and until June 30, 2025. In addition, the contract amendment we are proposing modifies the health benefits provisions in section 3A and 3G of her employment contract to provide the superintendent the option of enrolling in a family plan at the district's cost or be credited cash in lieu in an amount equal to the cost of such plan. Finally, in order to encourage continuity of effective district leadership, we are recommending in the proposed contract amendment to provide the superintendent with a 4% longevity salary increase at the completion of her 4th year of service and every 3rd year hereafter, so long as she continues to be employed as superintendent. I will also mention that the fiscal impact is within the fiscal constraint of the 2021-2022 budget and upcoming fiscal years as shown in the budget documents that we have presented at NVUSD board meetings. I will now ask Mr. Bassinet if we have any public comment on this item.
We do. Matt Clancy.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Yes.
Yeah, I was wondering, in what way are we trying to bring a new contract for Dr. Musetti? I understand you say it's satisfactory. From what I have seen, all of Dr. Musetti's highlights have been pretty negative for the public. I understand she's been there and she's tried to get the budget under order, but she's stripped the community and district of attractive educational programs. She's laid off a record number of teachers, 100 in the last 2 years. Looking to add to that, you're closing 2 middle schools and 2 elementary schools during this entire tenure. I understand that brings in money for doing this, but you're also going to cut more in the future. You're losing kids at an unprecedented rate. You have 2,400 is an estimate that you're going to lose by 2026 to 2027. We're going to have a $10 million budget downfall in the next few years that has also been stated by this committee. And yet you want to increase the superintendents, give them a raise for this. If this were a business and Dr. Musetti was the CEO, she would be removed immediately. If there were less students and a budget to manage, why are we increasing this? This seems very disrespectful and irresponsible of our money. This is a taxpayer money, and you're throwing it around as if we're just not noticing that this is an issue in the future. To take more money away from our schools, to put it into someone who is still not invested in our community. She's on the board, she is the superintendent, but still does not remain in Napa Valley. If you want public opinion, I don't want to renew Dr. Musetti's contract. Look for someone else in the area to take the reins for the future. This is the public opinion. We are fed up with the draconian style approach to our district and our beloved Napa Valley. Our children, schools, teachers, parents, and budget have suffered during this administration. Reading the highlights of her term is absolutely devastating. It's cuts, cuts, and more cuts. Yet this budgetary item is to increase her salary. It's just baffling to me that you guys have any idea of what you're thinking. I can't wait for the next election. The Board of Trustees are the people selected for our leader. I can't wait for the next election for this.
Next speaker, Mr. Bassinet.
Yes, Norma Ortiz.
Hi, I have been a ELAC-DLAC member for the past 4 academic school years. Within this time frame, I have always attended and actively participated in these meetings. Based on observation, I have noticed that particularly for this academic school year, 2020-2021, parents like myself who are part of these committees have not been formally invited, encouraged, during our scheduled DLAC meetings by the new leadership team, and I'm specifically talking about Dr. Musetti, like in the past, to participate in the forum of collaboration in the sense of parents participating with our board in these types of meetings to voice our appreciation where applicable, concerns, feedback, input, contributions, and needs around our children's learning, ELs, special education students, and our most impacted students, our students as a whole. I feel that if we are so much talking about the topic of embracing and conversation, at least that's what I'm hearing in the different meetings that I've been participant, the different variables and aspects of inclusivity, engagement, and equity, it continues to be important to support these components so that the board could be further informed on the realities and necessities all across the board that our district is facing, taking in consideration the parental perspectives, especially under these particular challenging times with the present pandemic, a moment where success has been observed, but also challenges and regression. I just feel that the component, the aspect of equity that I see a lot in conversation or in emails from Dr. Massetti needs a lot of attention in different ways. And it would be nice that you could focus on all the things that we've been hearing, and I'm probably sure you have, but to pay close attention to all the feelings of our community and really trying to it would be nice to have our community more engaged and more heard overall, and our parents. So I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Next comment, Mr. Bassinet.
There's no further comment for this item.
Thank you, Mr. Bassinet. I'm now opening to board comments. Would you like to go, Trustee Gracia?
Rosanna Massetti has done an amazing job over the first 3 years of her tenure. She inherited a district in disarray and on the brink of financial collapse. She has moved the district to a positive budget surplus and has begun to truly impose order on the district office. When she first arrived, it often felt like we were in the Wild West, where anything goes and handshake deals carried the day. As the old saying goes, if something goes wrong, verbal deals are worth the paper they are printed on. The district has worked diligently under her tenure to ensure the written existence of these previously very informal relationships. In the past, there seemed to be no central planning, which meant inequity ran rampant and professionalism was lacking. Records were fairly non-existent and institutional knowledge was easily lost. Records are now commonly kept, and it is easier to retain institutional knowledge at the district. She has set high expectations and standards for performance, thereby changing the culture at the district office. Through her tenure, she has greatly improved the organization of the district and the integration of the school sites with the district office. No longer do we have a bunch of independent captains all rowing in their own direction. Instead, for the first time, we have everyone rowing together in the same direction. She has gotten rid of arcane and laborious paper processes of the 19th century in favor of 21st century digital ones. She has automated many tasks that were previously done by hand, allowing staff to focus their time on more important work. Now the work of the district is being done and not make work or busy work that previously filled staff time each day. Rosanna has engaged with the community in a way not done by previous administrations. She established regular focus groups to get feedback from staff, parents, and the community. She has brought an important focus to providing much needed translation services so that all of our community members can follow along and understand the proceedings at the district office. She has reinvigorated and brought a level of professionalism to the DLAC committee that just a year ago was in disarray. To accomplish all these things, Rosanna has had to make some difficult decisions along the way that I know ruffled some of the feathers in our community. Those were decisions that realistically should have been made before her tenure even began. Had the previous administration been responsible, most of those unpopular decisions would have already been accomplished before she took office. Because the previous administration chose to dither, Rosanna was forced to expedite some of those decisions due to the need to maintain fiscal solvency. It appears that the previous administration was allergic to dealing with hard facts and truths and chose instead not to deal with those sorts of things. In contrast, Rosanna doesn't shy away from tough issues and is very upfront about the difficulties that the district faces. She prefers to tackle district problems head on and not sweep unpleasant news under the rug. We are lucky to have Rosanna as our superintendent, and I thank the previous board for having the foresight to hire her. The state of California is currently seeing a rash of superintendents leaving their jobs as no one wants the job at the top. The political turmoil of the past year has been too much for too many, and too many see it as too stressful of a job. They quit because in a declining enrollment environment, it is a thankless task with no way to avoid strife and turmoil. The changes to her contract this year are very modest, and in my opinion, don't adequately reflect the amazing work she has been doing. In California, the average length of service for a superintendent is only 4 years. Despite this tumultuous political climate, we desire Rosanna to stay with the district. The longevity pay was something the board wanted to offer, as we believed Rosanna was more than deserving, and we hope it will incentivize her to stick around for many years to come. As to the criticism I have heard levied that this was too soon to consider an extension of her term, I say to those levying that criticism, you are wrong. Just like in sports, where it is not acceptable to have a lame duck head coach with only a single year left on his contract, it is not appropriate to have a lame duck superintendent with only a single year left on her contract. We would be foolish to allow our superintendent's contract to expire, considering the excellent work she has done and continues to do for this district. When you find excellence in leadership, you must retain and reward that excellence or risk losing that leader. Collectively as a board, we have identified excellence in the performance of Dr. Rosanna Musetti and will act accordingly tonight to retain her services.
I would also like to make a comment, a couple. If my inbox, sir, is an indication of public opinion, I will tell you that there is great support for renewal of this contract. I received 2 emails of the contrary, and I received many, many more in support of the decision that is going to be made this evening. Secondly, Mr. Clancy, if you would like to have coffee, meet to discuss our differences of opinion, I would welcome such a meeting. We as a board and as an educational community are, and I agree with Trustee Gracia, very fortunate to have Dr. Musetti accept this renewal of her contract. Since her arrival, she has navigated some treacherous waters, and with her vision, her financial astuteness, management, and leadership skills, we have accomplished the near impossible. We are solvent, we have increased cash reserves, and we have weathered a pandemic. She is fearless, yet she is a compassionate leader with a vision that remains student-centric and a strategic plan that supports that vision. Why did we offer a contract renewal? David already listed many of the bullet points, but we reopened schools. She assembled a strong and effective executive team and has empowered them to lead with the same vision and standard of excellence that she embodies. And this team is critical for maximizing productivity. She grounded all decision and actions in the strategic plan so the internal and external community understand the basis of her decision-making process. She has addressed the fiscal health of the district, which it is clear this evening is not embraced by all, but it was necessary, it was critical, and it was the right thing to do. Cash reserves have increased under her financial stewardship. Long-term sustainability and cash management is a continued priority. She's had the courage to make difficult decisions, execute on those decisions for the betterment of our students. And that does include the closing of schools in order to address declining enrollment, financial instability, facility capacity, and ultimately to have available resources to address programming needs for enriched learning and improved student outcomes. That is her job. The decisions that are the most difficult to digest are sometimes the most important to execute. This is a fraction of what has been accomplished, but in the interest of time, I will stop the list. And that has been in the last 13 months in a global pandemic. But her leadership is so much more than a list of accomplishments. It is really the how she was able to get us where we are. She understands how to manage complexity and problem solve, which is essential in managing all aspects of the district. She has the ability to adapt to ever-changing circumstances and the intellectual agility to keep the goals of the district intact. She understands the importance of vision and how the integrity of clear vision can be transformational. She has the capacity to turn that vision into reality. Rosanna understands how to assess risk in order to achieve success and is willing to make the hard decisions in the short term to assure long-term benefit on behalf of our students. She understands the power of communication, and to that, there is no alternative. She stands for the beliefs that are in the best interest of this district, and she is principled in that work. That is the value of Dr. Musetti. I am in support of the renewal, I'm in support of the terms, and her work as our superintendent.
Dr. Rosanna Musetti is an exceptional leader who clearly and consistently communicates NVUSD's current successes, challenges, and constraints, while articulating a clear vision of a positive and productive path forward for our district. She contextualizes her leadership team's choices, decisions, and actions by framing them within our thoughtful and clearly articulated strategic plan, so that each step our district takes is grounded in our shared goal of fulfilling our greatest potential and service to each and every one of our students. She's highly engaged in all areas of the school district while striking a healthy balance in trusting her cabinet to plan, lead, and execute in their own departments. She continuously demonstrates that she's highly attuned to the needs, challenges, and successes of students and staff, and has created a positive and collaborative culture within her leadership team, students, and staff. She's assembled a cabinet that's dedicated, purposeful, and committed to excellence across the board. She continues to demonstrate a steadfast commitment to ensuring the district's financial viability, without which we cannot effectively or equitably carry out our mission to educate the children of our community. She does what needs to be done, even when it leads to difficult and unpopular decisions that leave her open to criticism and even derision from the community, like the comment that we have just heard. Her dual certification as both a superintendent and a chief budget officer speaks to her depth of knowledge and underscores my confidence in the integrity and strategic soundness of her leadership in maintaining our fiscal health in the midst of ongoing constraints and a declining enrollment environment. Despite external factors that have created uncertain, unstable, and ever-shifting conditions, in particular, the public health emergency that has defined this school year and the final third of the preceding year, Dr. Musetti continues to maintain clear communication, data-driven decision-making, and supportive and positive collaboration among leadership, teachers, staff, students, and families. She's taken concrete steps to improve engagement with our families, including standardizing translation services for district meetings and creating and reinstituting the ELAC and DLAC meetings that Ms. Ortiz has been attending. She is providing I lost my place. With her leadership and support, the district has provided invaluable support services to our families during this pandemic, and other supports necessary to removing barriers to distance learning, increased access to critical mental health supports for students and their families. And as Trustee Chu reminded us tonight, it was Dr. Musetti's visionary decision and strategic thinking that shifted the allocation of Measure H funds and enacted the one-to-one device distribution that positioned us to have a successful school year during this pandemic. She consistently conveys her commitment to and respect to our employees, and I believe that those who work within this organization feel respected and valued. In turn, they respect and value her and appreciate her empathy, her honesty, and her vision. Her commitment to building and maintaining strong collaborative relationships with the leaders of our 3 unions is also a strong indicator that she truly values teachers and staff and is committed to nurturing mutual respect and trust. She's an extraordinarily skilled communicator, clear, straightforward, and responsive. She offers stakeholders the truth that they deserve, an optimistic and clear-eyed vision for the future, and concrete and thoughtful steps to make meaningful progress. In the face of daunting professional as well as personal health challenges, she has continued to lead effectively with compassion, transparency, honesty, and empathy. She consistently demonstrates the highest levels of professionalism, integrity, and responsibility. We are lucky to have her at the helm of our district, and I support the renewal of this contract.
So do I. I am not as eloquent as as the preceding speakers, or maybe it's because they took a lot of my talking points, but one of the, speaking of Trustee Jankowicz mentioned inboxes, and, I do my best to answer mail, and I've gotten some, spectacularly rude emails, and I try to answer them as mildly as possible, but I am, stunned at some of the disinformation that I get. Oh, the state of California, Gavin Newsom is flooding the state with billions of dollars. Well, first of all, why are we laying off teachers? Why are we doing that? Well, you know what? we're not getting billions of dollars, are we? There are many school districts. California is a very large state. I might add that it is one-time money. It's one-time money, and you have to be careful. And also, we're supposed to be using it for issues relating to pandemic. And in fact, we've had to lay off teachers in the spring before Dr. Massetti came on board. When I was working, it appeared to be a springtime ritual. In fact, this year we've been able to hire people back. So that's good, but there's just some basic lack of information, I think, and I don't even think it's necessarily the public's fault. It's not incredibly exciting reading news about school districts all around the state, unless you're on a school board. And I will tell you, I hesitate to criticize other public agencies because I don't really know all their circumstances or what they're going through, but occasionally it seemed to me that they were doing absolutely nothing to get ready for reopening schools. They seem to be quite stranded. And I understand. We were in it every day. I for the past 15 months, it seemed like, well, until, the end of January, I would get up and be very startled about something. And it was a strange time. And people aren't always at their best when they're under stress, but Dr. Massetti was at her best. No matter what she was going through, she showed up, she gave it her all. And it is true that other superintendents are leaving. I just read about one in a neighboring county that appears to have been fired. And frankly, it appeared to be because he was unable to execute on a school closure, which people here applauded. They thought it was wonderful that this person did not close a school because the community, people in the community didn't want him to. But you know what? It ultimately cost him his job, because we do not close schools out of some sadistic pleasure in, getting people agitated. It is because we have a responsibility to keep the schools going. And I am looking forward to, once we get this straightened out, we have plans for wonderful instruction. And I just think that so much of the criticism of Dr. Massetti is absolutely misplaced. It's all right to be upset about the way of the world and the way systems work. That's fine. But I think it's wrong to make personal attacks on a person who is trying to make things right, who is making things right. And I find Dr. Massetti an engaging person. She's very approachable. Unfortunately, since March 13th, up until 2020, up until very recently, none of us were approachable. I mean, I felt as if I were sometimes in bad outtakes of a zombie movie. If anybody showed up on the horizon, we were supposed to run in the opposite direction. And I think that has been part of the problem. And it would have been nice if we could have postponed this decision until things were normal and everyone was feeling fine and we were all happy again. But we can't do it. That's not how finance works. We couldn't do it. We had to do what we did. And anybody wants to run against me, that's fine. I love political campaigns, actually. And we'll have a good time. I've always enjoyed my opponents. And I think you need to give us time. And I think you need, a previous speaker said that I liked innocent bystanders. Well, whatever that meant. Well, it means I like people showing up at meetings, even if they're mad at me. It means they care. And I think that's a great starting point. So I'm asking you all who are upset with us to, accept our hand. And okay, no, we are never going to shake hands again. I guess that's out of the question. But let's work together. We can do it. I'm asking you, work with us. Thank you.
So I started getting interested in school finance because my kids were going to lose a new middle school in American Canyon. And before then, I had no idea how school funding worked. I had no idea how facilities were funded. It is definitely not how most people think. But it was a big wake-up call for me to really see what it was that our educations, how we are actually prioritizing our education system. And we're really not. And that is the crux of the issue, is that we do not have sufficient funding to do what we need, that our teachers and our education system knows what is best for our schools. And it was, of course, not the most pleasant thing to hear that your students' supposedly new school is going to be canceled. But it did, make me think about what is actually happening in California, in our school district. And declining enrollment is real. It is not because of any one particular superintendent. It is not because of any one particular school district. It is across the state. And it is most obvious in the coastal regions where it is very expensive to live. American Canyon just sold its $1 million+ home. That was probably unheard of for since I moved there in 2008. We thought it was one of the few more affordable places in Napa Valley that we can actually live and buy a home, and we did. But that is not going to be the case for long. And we just need to accept that reality. Now, American Canyon, actually, this is for the public, if you looked at our demographic report in the previous meetings, American Canyon actually is holding stable. And so imagine our displeasure in not having a new middle school when our current middle school is the largest middle school in Napa Valley. It is very disheartening. But we also know that we want to have our great programs at the school. We have a great VAPA program. We have a great robotics program that both of these are award winners for our district. They really show what our students are capable of. And to push for a second school at that time would have diluted all of that hard work that our teachers did to make that happen for our kids, to create those programs for our children. And so we had to come to terms with the fact that we weren't going to get ACMS 2. And, I think most people in American Canyon are understanding why, and it's because we're program focused. And I think that is how we should think about it for our children. We need to be program focused. And unfortunately, right now in declining enrollment, it might mean closing schools. And that is just the reality. We need to be also fiscally responsible for our taxpayers because they are the ones who are funding our schools. And if we cannot do that and maintain our programs, then we have failed our job.
And I think with the current superintendent, Dr. Musetti, has been able to make those tough decisions to make that a reality for us. Despite declining enrollment, we are able to keep a lot of our programs. Despite declining enrollment, we are able to provide summer program for the very first time for our children at the elementary level. And so I think there's a lot, and I've mentioned this in the past, that Dr. Musetti actually has great skills in planning. The idea of rediverting the Measure H funds to have one-to-one device for our children, that is tremendous. That I cannot say enough about that, because that is what saved a lot of our students from getting more behind than what the pandemic has laid on us. And so for all of those reasons, I definitely support the amendment to the contract.
I'd like to take a minute to move that we extend our meeting till 2 a.m.
Okay, you know what? I'll go one.
I'll second the motion.
Which one?
The 2 a.m.
A first by trustee Gracia, a second by trustee Dooley. All those in favor?
Aye.
I have no choice, obviously.
That's 6-1.
Motion passes to extend the meeting at 2 in the morning.
I only said 2 because I'm the next to speak, and brevity is not my thing. I actually don't have a whole lot more to add. I do want to speak to a couple points. I don't want to gloss over the fact that during Dr. Musetti's tenure, the reserve balance for the district has gone from 3% to 12% and is projected to be higher with the budget we adopted tonight. Contextually, 3%, just over 3% was where we were a few years ago. And that is just over the threshold for state receivership. We spoke about this in the past. It's not something that you wouldn't have a receiver who is invested in the community or the district. They are here to fix a financial problem. And it's not favorable for the district in any way. 12%, still not the place we wish to be, but it's in the right direction. It provides a buffer for unforeseen events to allow time for the Dr. Musetti and her team to execute on policies that can avoid, again, that state receivership. So that 9% difference is huge. And that is an amazing accomplishment in a time where enrollment is declining, and every year we get less and less money from the state. Now that process to get there involved a lot of pain. We've heard some of that pain expressed tonight, and we certainly have in the past 6 months since I joined the board. I've experienced it personally with some of the decisions that I've had to make as a board member. But that pain is, as some of the trustees have mentioned before, it's deferred from when it should have been experienced. All of that pain built up over years of inaction by a previous administration. And Assistant Superintendent Pearson can tell us about how deferred maintenance just increases the cost of fixing facilities. This is deferred financial decisions just increases the pain that an organization experiences when you have to make those decisions. And speaking to Dr. Musetti's investment in this community, some of my best teachers growing up commuted from counties away to my school. I know because I would see them driving in when we were polling, and but they showed up to work, they stayed late, They assisted students well past the working hours. They chaperoned dances. They went to sporting events on weekends. All of that was an investment in the community that they worked in, and they did that while living outside of that community. Investment in the community is not solely based on where you live. And I've seen that dedication from Dr. Musetti, not least of which was last board meeting when we went, almost to the 2 o'clock mark, and Dr. Musetti was here up until, we forced her to leave so she could safely drive home. But she does that with everything. She's the last person here. She's the first person in the morning. She's dedicated to this community in ways that I am wholeheartedly supportive of. And I don't believe that living in this community is the only way to invest in this community. And I think one of the other issues is there's kind of a mix-up of cause and effect. There's a lot of causes for why we are in the financial situation we've been in for the past few years, why we are constantly working toward right-sizing this district. And the cause is declining enrollment. The cause is poor decisions in the past. And the effect is that we have to make these difficult decisions. It's not the other way around. The difficult decisions are not causing our financial straits, and they're not causing declining enrollment. And I think that's clear from what we've seen in the past 3 years. And I think it becomes clear when we focus on the data, and we know that data is what drives what should be driving our decisions. And anyways, I am also wholeheartedly and strongly supportive of this amendment.
I think when I think of what's occurring this very moment makes me think of the governance board, which is all of us here, and then the governance team, which includes Dr. Musetti. So any type of opinion, comment, criticism, that's fine, but just know that it's Dr. Musetti's not alone, that there is a team working together in one force to make these decisions. It's not one individual member. We as a board have a responsibility with our fiduciary responsibilities as governance with the ed code and so on and so forth. And I continue to feel honored to serve along amongst all of you. And not only have you taken the courses and done like the academic side of being on this board, but also the countless hours spent on understanding from either your own personal experiences as parents of kids in the district, teachers, other skills, science and law, public health, finance. And you mix that with our leader, our superintendent. Yes, you can say CEO because there is a board who can easily move forward a contract or go through the process and let go. And this board is okay with that if that needs to happen. That is an option on the table. And we tonight are deciding that we are not taking that option. We are going forward with a contract that it's going to extend for 4 years. And we are lucky to be in a position to have someone to want to do that with, because it's not for, it's with. And I'm looking forward. And so, yes, bring questions, comments. We've been meeting with people. We've been emailing people. having coffee with people, with the community, and we want to bring along the community with the decision. It's a complex process, it's a long journey, but we're here for it. And till 1 a.m. or 2 a.m, so be it. So I'll end with just saying thank you, Dr. Rossetti, for not only choosing us, but also for your sacrifices, because this moment is dedicated also to you for being the leader of the organization, and you deserve that. And we thank you for that. So that being said, we are now ready to, there was a motion. Thank you for reminding, there's a first and a second. Okay. And we've looked at listened to public comment. So all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody oppose? Abstain? Motion passes. Congratulations.
Thank you, trustees. I'm humbled, honored, and grateful. So thank you for your support and your positive feedback. I also welcome scrutiny and constructive feedback from the community. So I welcome it. I welcome and invite it all. I appreciate this community. I appreciate the school board. I appreciate the staff and NVUSD, and I am very proud and feel very privileged to serve as your superintendent of schools. And thank you for opening the path and the opportunity to continue to serve as the Napa Valley Unified School District Superintendent of Schools this evening. So I'm very grateful. Thank you.
Okay, we are now 11:15, so we're going to take a quick break. I do want to encourage us. We have to get through everything we have to get through, but I'm really hoping that we can be here till 1. So quick break. Okay.
What time is
See you
it?
soon.
Oh my God. Okay.
Returning and going on item J4A. This is the local control and accountability plan.
I'll
And-
move to approve.
Thank you, trustee Gracia. Second by trustee Water.
I did want to have a little discussion. Last time this was before the board, I was asking if we could move the numbers higher for student achievement. I firmly believe that if we do not shoot for excellence, then we will never achieve it. I'm disappointed a little bit that we did not see that change. But I think that it's important to note that there's no downside to setting our goals very high, as it shows our commitment to excellence, which is what we should all be striving for.
You're right. I'm not going to argue with you about that, David. Yeah. Yep. I fully believe our students are going to be so thrilled at being back in class with their friends and their teachers that things are going to take off, especially because they've read all summer.
I have a first. A second by trustee Jankowicz. Do I have public comment on this item, Mr. Bassinet?
There's no public comment for this item.
Any other comments from the board? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody oppose or abstain? Okay, motion passes. Thank you. Item J4B. This is the agreement between Billy Donegan and Napa Valley Unified School District, Phillips Magnet Elementary School.
So moved.
Second.
First by trustee Gracia, second by trustee Dooley. Do I have public comment on this item?
There's no public comment for this item.
Thank you, Mr. Bassinet. Any questions or comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
You oppose or abstain? Motion passes. Thank you. Agreement between Success for All and Napa Valley Unified School District, Phillips Magnet Elementary School.
So moved.
Second.
First by trustee Gracia, second by trustee Dooley. Do I have any public comment, Mr. Bassinet?
There is no public comment for this item.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose or abstain? Thank you. Item J4D, benchmark advanced additional components for elementary core curriculum.
So moved.
Second.
First and a second. Do I have any public comment?
There is no public comment for this item.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose or abstain? Motion passes. Thank you. Item J4E, this is high school supplementary instructional materials adoption.
Yes, I would like to make a motion to separate one book out, which is called Internment, and have a separate vote on that book and then vote on the rest of the books as a group.
First by trustee Gracia.
To clarify, it's two motions.
It'd be,
So the first one is
the first one is to separate the two items.
okay. I'll second that one.
A second by trustee Dooley. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, now that it's been separated, we can now discuss.
Well, do we want to do a motion for the balance of the books first?
Let's do that.
Let's
Yeah,
do
let's
that.
first.
All right, move to approve the balance of the books.
Second.
First by trustee Gracia, second by trustee Water. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anybody oppose or abstain? But before I do that, you're right. Public comment on the supplement, the instructional materials for the majority of it, aside for the intermittent book. Any public comment on that, Mr. Bassinet?
There's no public comment for this item.
Thank you. Okay, so we are now on the second item.
So I have a problem with internment because it appears that this book is nothing but political propaganda, racist stereotypes, and political vilification. The book does start out as a young adult love story for the first couple chapters, but after those chapters, the book moves entirely away from the young adult love story and uses those characters as merely another vector for political attack and racial stereotypes. The book doesn't work very well on many levels, as the main character is supposed to be 17 years old, but ends up reflecting on her life in the manner of a 30-plus-year-old adult. In fact, the main character doesn't behave like a young adult at all. And in the end, there is a disconnect between her 30-year-old reflections and her interactions with her parents. The disconnect is further exacerbated by the occasional attempt to at least mention the romantic subplot. The entire book is awkward and lacks authenticity in the way the main character behaves. The authenticity of the story is further strained, as even though the main villain engages in egregiously grotesque behavior, he doesn't behave in a believable fashion. The author attempts to depict him as a supremely clever character while at the same time not even having the tiniest thimbleful of sense. It doesn't really work to make the character believable. Like I said, the book quickly abandons the young adult love story in favor of overt vilification of a single race. The author consistently and repeatedly returns to the denigration of one race in favor of another. The book appears to say that stereotyping is bad, but then goes on to negatively stereotype large groups of people based on the race whom the author apparently finds it acceptable to malign and denigrate. It struck me upon reflection that this book is actually sexist as well. In contrast to the overt racist messaging, the sexism is more covert. Every person who is a villain in this book is male, and every betrayal or mistreatment of the main character is done only by men. The author takes great care to prevent any male character from rising to too much prominence in the story. She arranges to have male characters killed off so as not to compete with the main character. There are apparently no females who act poorly. It is strictly the men who make up the guard population and are the villains in the book. The male love interest of the main character even ends up betraying her. After said betrayal, he ceases to appear further in the book as anything more than an idea, and he turns into a mere vehicle for an attack against the race disfavored by the author. Article 1, Section 31 of the California Constitution states in Subpart A that the state shall not discriminate against any individual or group on the basis of race, sex, color, ethnicity, or national origin in the operation of public education. I want to remind my fellow trustees that they took an oath when they were sworn in, stating, "I do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the state of California, and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the state of California." Tonight, I'm calling on my fellow trustees to uphold their oaths of office and to bar this racially and sexually discriminatory text from being entered into our curriculum. If all that were not enough to vote against this book, there is one additional reason. The book, starting in its early pages, takes aim squarely at our former president and smears him as an Islamophobic fearmonger who has transformed America into a bigoted paradise with Muslim internment camps. The author portrays the former president, and by extension the political right, as stupid, ignorant, emotionally fragile, and hateful, with no redeemable qualities. In fact, the book goes so far as to even mock the religious practices of those on the right, indicating they are not worthy of respect. The author seems to suggest the Muslim religion is the only one which is to be celebrated and revered. The book continues to return to this political theme over and over, continually vilifying our former president. Just when you think the author may have moved past her issues with our former president and the focus on the story might be on moving the plot forward, she circles back once again to remind us that the former president is a terribly awful person who is deserving of our hate and derision. The nature of the author's political assertions is not really what's relevant to tonight's decision. The problem would be the same if the author had instead made political statements in support of our former president. What matters is, does the use of this book violate board policy? What matters is that there are political assertions of any kind in this book about a candidate for public office. The political observations by the author won't be problematic for tonight's decision if our former president were not a candidate for public office. I would draw your attention to Regulation 4119.25 sub 9, which states, and I quote, "District employees shall not present viewpoints on particular candidates or ballot measures in the classroom without giving equal time to the presentation of all perspectives," end quote. There is no way to utilize this book without being in violation of this regulation. Our former president has declared his candidacy for president in 2024, thereby making him a candidate and turning this book into a campaign rhetoric against his campaign, which is a direct violation of our board regulations. I want to be clear that I am not alone in understanding this book to be politically motivated. The reviewers of this book, who do this for a living, correctly identified that this book is a political hit piece against our former president. I want to remind folks that it was the district supplied reviews that prompted my reading and deeper examination of this book to see if the reviewer's take was in fact correct. Having read it, I can confirm that the reviewer's characterization of this book as an anti-Trump novel are in fact correct. As such, there is no way for it to be taught in class without a violation of board policy. The issue tonight is not whether you approve or disapprove of our former president. The issue is, by using this book, are we setting our teachers up to unknowingly violate board policy? It would be bad governance to adopt this book into the curriculum and thereby set our teachers up for board policy violations. For all of the foregoing reasons, I will be voting no on the adoption of this book as part of the curriculum.
Thank you,
Okay.
Trustee Gracia. Okay, go ahead, Trustee Water.
Well, all right. I have a friend in town who used to be, he was very powerful in the business community. And his nickname was the Prince of Darkness. And he used to say, I don't care what you say about me, just so long as you spell my name correctly. And is Donald Trump's name mentioned even once in this book? Only by the reviewers, not the author. But let's say it's art imitating life. This novel frequently mentions historical events such as Auschwitz, the Holocaust death camp, and California's very own Japanese internment camps. The one at Manzanar is mentioned. In fact, the book is set near Manzanar. And it has a suggested reading list at the back that includes books about the crimes against humanity, that I just mentioned. Okay, and anyway, Donald Trump is a public figure. He's a public figure, which I think he likes a lot. I think he gets pleasure from that. Donald Trump, even before he became president, was a pop culture character. Aside from his own television shows, he was alluded to in several movies. His first ex-wife even appeared in a very funny one, The First Wives Club, in which she made fun of him. He appeared in The Simpsons. He appeared in a Playboy channel program. He was on Friends. He was on Saturday Night Live. And I don't know, maybe he was in other things. And I really am expecting to see him in a zombie movie sometime soon. And if he didn't want to be a peripheral figure in a novel aimed in a dystopian novel aimed at a young adult audience, maybe he should have led his life differently. But I don't think he or anyone close to him is going to read this book. I mean, it's just kind of a hunch. And it's an okay novel. It's not flawless. While the events in the book are shocking, it is true that this country under FDR, who was a Democrat, locked up Americans of Japanese ancestry. I have a couple of friends whose parents met at the camp at Tule Lake. And so it has happened here, even before the present day immigrant camps. And internment is not flawless. For one thing, I'm always irritated by books in which the heroine is irresistibly attractive. And it's a first-person text, and first-person texts are notoriously difficult to carry off. I mean, Holden Caulfield did it pretty well in The Catcher in the Rye. Heart of Darkness, not bad. I'd say that's great. It's difficult. The story is, of course, it's about a teenager, so it's going to be very self-referential. I clenched my fist. I narrowed my eyes. I held my breath. I did get a little bit impatient with that stylistically, but I finished it. And it's a real adventure, and I think young people will enjoy it. Yes, it does have negative portrayals of men. That's for sure, because the men are in charge. The men are in charge. I didn't think that it particularly, I didn't notice it mocking any religion. In fact, I did sense a little bit of impatience with this teenager, with her parents' piety, her parents' religiosity. You know, it kind of bugged her because, you know, she was an action-oriented person. But yeah, I won't deny it has negative portrayals of men. And I taught 10th grade one year, and trust me, this is nothing to the 10th grade curriculum we have right now in our schools. And I'm going to give you this. Julius Caesar, treachery and murder, To Kill a Mockingbird. Atticus Finch can't save Tom. He can't save Mayella either. As a matter of fact, his snobbery and his adherence to the antiquated class system almost gets his children killed by Bob Ewell. He just can't believe Bob would dare to lay hands on his kids. He's wrong. I Know Why the Caged Bird Sings. Rape of a child. House on Mango Street, rape of a, young teen. Lord of the Flies. Oh, please, I hate that book. But I think some people think it's an etiquette book. That's the only thing that explains what happened on January 6th. I mean, seriously, I thought, I was watching it and I went, these people all read Lord of the Flies and didn't get it. And okay, so this is why I was utterly thrilled in 10th grade to teach 12th night. And I'm waiting for someone to complain about that because, it's got cross-dressing in it, So, I mean, but hey, that's Shakespeare for you. By the way, if you want to read books about white people, and I believe that social class is a serious issue in this country. We used to talk about it with Grapes of Wrath. We used to talk about it with The Great Gatsby. This is a serious issue. And if you want to read books about that, I recommend The Unwinding by David Packer. I recommend White Trash by Nancy Eisenberg, which is the antidote to Hillbilly Elegy. I recommend something that you can read online for free, Class Matters, published by the New York Times in 2005. It's a little bit dated, but it's taught in the colleges. My students read it, and they're newspaper stories about people in different social classes and how life circumstances treat them differently. And the book Educated, which is on this list. By the way, the young woman's father is a terrible person, is an awful person. But I read the book and a couple of years ago when it came out, and I actually found myself pitying her extremely unpleasant father, looking at him working in the junkyard. Remember that section? He's just, I mean, he's suffering is what he's suffering. I mean, it's brilliantly done. He's just a terrible person. And yet, you do feel sorry for him in his circumstances. Life goes on. If this book survives, the author can expect it to be reinterpreted in various ways, the way 1984 was. It'll be an all-purpose lens for any sort of political dysfunction. George Orwell wrote 1984. He was a committed socialist who in his lifetime saw the rise of totalitarianism twice. In my lifetime, I have seen Big Brother used as a stand-in. I had to make a list here for Richard Nixon, Ronald Reagan, George W. Bush, Barack Obama, and yes, Donald Trump. And Dick Cheney too, but he wasn't the president. It's the nature of being in the public eye and the fact that literature is born of conflict. And that's what this is coming from. Look, I support these books, and I hope we continue to read valuable books like Love Medicine about Native Americans, Beloved about post-Civil War formerly enslaved people, Farewell to Manzanar, again about the Japanese internment camps, Night, which is about Auschwitz, and The Diary of Anne Frank, which used to be read in middle school, and I don't know if it is anymore, but boy, there is no better work to teach empathy, and students like it. All these books have found their way to the Napa Valley Unified School District bookcases. So I'm going to support the books. I believe these are I believe that these books are going to be used as supplements to the curriculum. It's not like, oh, this, you can read this instead of, say, The Grapes of Wrath, or, whatever they're reading. It's just a supplement. But, the issues that you brought up, David, I think would be outstanding essay questions. Yeah, they would be great debate questions. I think so. But if you were going to try to find a book written about a camp, a prison camp, and not see negative portrayals of men, it's just, it's kind of impossible. It's impossible. I don't, they do have one character in there, aside from his, extremely unlikely attraction to the heroine, who is a sympathetic person. He's also, I don't want to spoil it for anybody. He, could be a double agent of some type. But I'm going to support the book because it's not I don't like it as much as other books. By the way, a lot of these books have been reviewed. The one I don't like it as much as I like The Girl with the Louding Voice, which got extremely good reviews by the Times Literary Supplement, which is, pretty high end. But I think it would provoke interesting discussions. And it's set in the present day. People seem to like that. And, give it a few years and people will come up with all sorts of other ways to personify the evil person in the book. So I'm going to back it. I'm going to support the book.
Thanks, Trustee Water. Trustee Dooley?
Thank you. I haven't read it, I confess. I would say, as far as the application of the board policy, thank you, I'll bring it on vacation. The application of the board policy, I think, to Trustee Waters' point, there's a difference between commenting on a political candidate's campaign policies, proposals for future action, which is what they would be campaigning on, and commenting on historical actions that person may have engaged in as a public official. Our board policy does not prevent a history teacher from teaching about the 4 years of the Trump administration. It couldn't. It would be inappropriate to do if that were the case. Those 4 years happened, and the history, while the context is still being developed, the history is there. So commenting from a literary perspective on those same 4 years is not the same as commenting on a proposal, a speech, or a platform. I don't see, I think, as Trustee Water mentioned, I think that the point of these is not to have the reader become a follower or a believer of everything that's stated in the book. You don't read a book to convert all of your belief systems into the systems expressed by the author. It's to provoke thought and provoke discussion, and it may have issues as far as how well it does so, or how deep those discussions can go based on the source material. And that's something that I, having not read it, can't speak to. But I think that the point of these books are to raise themes that people, that students can either relate to because they agree with them, or relate to because they disagree with them, in some way connect with and develop an understanding of how to read, write, and think. And I don't see I don't see I think that this has the capability of being a part of that process. So I too will be supporting the adoption.
Trustee Jankowicz lost her notes, so she's trying to see if get some help with recovering that. Trustee Riser?
With all due respect, Trustee Gracia, I disagree with your characterization of the portrayals of the characters in the book. I did read it, and I agree with Trustee Water that it's not a perfect text. It's a little heavy-handed in some places and has a little sort of some cliche expressions, but I didn't find it to negatively stereotype the white race. I found it to really be a negative portrayal of nationalism taken to its extreme. And in this case, that nationalism was carried out by a white dominant power structure. I don't think that it was a sexist book either. I think that there were, yes, the men in power characters in this book were negatively presented, but there were male characters in the book that were very positively presented as empathetic and brave and compassionate. I didn't find it to be a characterization that of, you know, the Muslim culture and religion being the only acceptable religion. That it happened to be grounded in a fictional plot in which the people were rounded up because of their religion. And in fact, I actually found that the portrayal of the Muslim communities to really, one thing that I found powerful in reading it was that it went out of its way, the author went out of her way to communicate to the reader that Muslim people are not a monolith, that they come from many cultures and many countries and speak many languages and follow many traditions and are of many races. So in fact, I think that was a very powerful portrayal of the Muslim faith to educate those readers that might not be as familiar. I found that to be very educative and nuanced. There was a really powerful moment in which the main character talks about seeing a girl across from her wearing the hijab and saying that is a choice, hijab is a choice, and making that clear. To your point about you didn't find it realistic that a 17-year-old girl would be able to be reflective about her life and her experiences. I have a 17-year-old daughter, and I don't think that you're giving young women enough credit there. I think, Trustee Dooley, I appreciate you commenting on the legal aspect of the board policy regarding campaign information, and that making that distinction about it would not be a violation of policy to teach about the last 4 years because they happened. And that's part of our job, is to educate children about history and what has happened. And to me, as not a lawyer, as more of a layperson in that regard, to me, the spirit of that board policy is that, for example, a teacher could not be a real fan of one candidate and then air campaign ads and distribute campaign literature in their classroom in a one-sided, uneven way. My understanding, the spirit of that board policy is to prevent that from happening. That's not this. As Trustee Waters said, President Trump is not named in this book. He's named by a reviewer because there are parallels. There are some parallels from the, the nationalism that the previous president elevated and the fictionalized imagined end result of where that nationalism taken to its extreme could end. And that's not hypothetical. That happened in our country. It happened. We interned our own citizens during World War II. That happened. So it's a work of fiction, but it's a work of fiction that is, maybe it's heavy-handed, but it's not implausible because it happened in our country. I think the fact that we're having a meaningful and sort of, spirited discussion about this text indicates to me that it's a good choice, because our job is to support our educators, our professional educators, in facilitating critical thinking and spirited discussion. And I found the text to be accessible and the story to be quite gripping. And I think for our high school students, I think that this would be a vehicle to really draw them in to a political discussion about these issues in ways that would be meaningful and that will be facilitated by professional educators who are prepared to manage the issues that would arise. And I think lastly, I'll say that, our job is to let the professionals do their job, and we empowered our teachers to choose texts. And this is one of the texts that they've chosen. And I trust their judgment. And I believe that if it creates some controversy within a classroom, then good. I think that we should be able to facilitate and support our students in engaging in respectful, meaningful, thoughtful dialogue and express differing opinions and walk out of that classroom still respecting each other in the same way that we will walk out of this boardroom still liking and respecting each other. I think that that's an opportunity. And so for all those reasons, I will support the adoption of this book as a material for our high school students.
Thank you, Trustee Reiser. Trustee Chu?
So I have a follow-up on what Trustee Reiser said, and it is that, and I think a few other trustees have said as well, I think this is a great opportunity to have open dialogue on a lot of the issues in society that's happening right now. So I shared with everyone here that in my first board meeting in January, that my son had, and I just happened to walk past this room, my son had a discussion about what the insurrection on January 6th meant to him. And he made a comment that, it was all about, how the president wasn't good and this and that. And the teacher, who was a science teacher, said, hold on, let's take a step back, because this isn't about one person. It's about what some people in society are feeling. And so it opened up this next level of conversation for my son, who thought he knew everything because he's 12 and in middle school. So I feel like there is an opportunity to open up that type of discussion. And like Trustee Reiser said, we need to trust that our teachers are going to be able to approach it from that higher level to be able to discuss this in a variety of ways. And, the diversity of books that we can offer our students provides an avenue to do that. And so I kind of feel like that's why this might be a supplemental book for the students. My second point was actually Trustee Gracia was asking about why a 17-year-old feels like she's 30. I'm going to tell you that as an immigrant, I felt older than I was. When I came when I was 7, I did not feel like I was 7. I felt very misplaced. I felt like I had to grow up much faster than everybody else. And I can see that that's probably what happened when you are faced with
a society that doesn't treat you the same as them. When you are in a completely different environment than what you're used to, you have to feel like you need to grow up faster. And I think this is probably where that came from, because I felt it. And there's actually been a lot of generational studies that actually talks about what it is, why is it that when you talk about, let's say, the US and the different generations, we got the millennials, we got the, Gen Xer, all of those, but those do not apply to people who have had major stresses in their life, whether it be immigration or they were in an internment camp. None of that applies anymore to this group. And so I wanted to share that view with Trustee Gracia and anyone who might feel like, why is it that 17-year-old feels like she's 30? Well, that's probably why.
Thank you, Trustee Chu.
There's nothing more that I can add, and I deleted all my comments. But I do think this is author's discourse. I mean, we can get into all of this discussion about content. This is a fictional depiction of somebody's interpretation of what is happening in the world. There might be what you deem real life parallels, but I would like to believe that everybody looks at the written page and those words come to life differently for each reader. And we have to trust that they can ask questions, seek answers, challenge themselves, have the discussions that we as a community must embrace. I do trust, as I'm not an educator, that this book would not be presented unless they felt it had value. I understand your discomfort, but I don't look at it as a reflection on someone specific. I look at it as a reflection on somebody's interpretation of what was happening in the world. And you guys have all made the points. I don't want to belabor, the previous discussion, but I will support the book.
I hope that with what we previously passed in our agenda with the DEI, that our staff and our teachers have the skills to navigate conversations like this as per some examples, because it's part of everyday topics, right? And so that our meeting, we could be, it always happens when I'm speaking that this alarm goes off. But we might need, Trustee Water to facilitate the discussion as an English teacher. But we're not, but we're a board. We're here to do a job and a role. And I too, I'll finish by saying that I'll be supporting the approval of the book, just with just the example of having that conversation. I just, again, want to complement it with skilled, knowledgeable staff aware of that type of conversation and what can come of it. The discomfort or the opinions or whatnot, but have that dialogue. I don't feel I am anyone in any position to deny a book, especially if it's been recommended by our staff, that with good reason is brought to us. Because again, these are conversations that are already happening. Let's just give some context to it in a fictional way, sure, but that's got some historical references, and it just helps with, the dialogue. That it's supplemental material that I don't know if they'll discuss it or not, or maybe a student wants to write a paper on it or what, but I think it, I've had my share of reading books of things that never reflected what I was thinking, but I still had to criticize it and be a critical thinker. And I think that's what this book is asking our students, is to be critical thinkers. right, as they're reviewing the book. So yeah, have at it, teachers, have our students be critical thinkers about it. And that's what more can we ask as a educational system? Analyze that. Okay, so we had, oh yeah,
Yeah, if I can have a moment there. So to Trustee Dooley's point, there's definitely a difference between teaching history and a fictionalized account that demonizes a single person. So that is a very different situation and is not at all like what we have here with this book. As to the political part, it is very clear that if you have something that talks in a negative way about a certain candidate, that you must give equal time then and talk in a positive way about that candidate. And I just don't see that as possible with this material that we have in front of us today. On top of that, I do find that it is a sexist and racist book. And so I continue to believe that on those grounds alone, we should not be approving this book. But with regard to the political piece, this book may not be a problem 6 or 8 years from now when this previous president is no longer a candidate for public office, right? Under the political piece of my concerns tonight. So it doesn't matter whether or not he cares or we care or anyone else cares that he is portrayed negatively in this book. The problem is that that's our rules and we're encouraging our teachers to violate those rules by passing this into the record. So I think it's bad governance. I recommend that you don't pass it, but I think I'll rest my case now.
I move that we approve the adoption of internment.
Second.
we have a first and a second. Do I have public comment on this item, Mr. Bassinet?
There's no public comment for this item.
Okay, first and a second. Do you have a question, Trustee Water?
No, I'm just thinking, I was waiting for some of our viewers to weigh in on it, but I guess not.
It's the witching hour.
First and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oppose?
Nay.
Abstain? Excellent. Motion passes. Thank you. We will now go to item J4F. This is a secondary world language basic instructional materials recommendation adoption.
So moved.
First by Trustee Gracia, second by Trustee Water. Do I have public comment on this item?
There is no public comment for this item.
Thank you, Mr. Bassinet. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody oppose or abstain? Great, thank you. J4G, career technical education, basic instructional materials adoptions for high school.
So moved.
Second.
First by Trustee Gracia, second by Trustee Dooley. Do I have public comment on this item, Mr. Bassinet?
There is no public comment for this item.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody oppose or abstain? Motion passes. Thank you. J4H, Delightful Inc., doing business as Kango Transportation Services Contract.
So moved.
Second.
First by Trustee Gracia, second by Trustee Dooley. Do I have public comment?
There is no public comment for this item.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose or abstain? Great, thank you. J4I, contract between NVUSD and Eric Magiani for NVA culinary instruction. Yep. Sorry, Eric, if I messed up that last name.
So moved.
Second.
First by Trustee Gracia, second by Trustee Dooley. It is past midnight. Do I have public comment on this item?
There's no public comment for this item.
Thank you, Mr. Bassinet. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oppose or abstain? Thank you. J4J, contract between NVUSD and Karasula Malay for NVA CNA instruction 21-22.
So moved.
Second.
First by Trustee Gracia, second by Trustee Water. Public comment on this item?
There is no public comment for this item.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose, abstain? MOU between the Meadows of Napa Valley and NVUSD for NVAE.
So moved.
Second.
First by trustee Gracia, second by trustee Dooley. Public comment on this item.
There is no public comment for this item.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oppose, abstain? Motion passes. Thank you. J4L, Benchmark Education Company Elementary Supplement to our core ELA adoption.
So moved.
Second.
First by trustee Gracia, second by trustee Dooley. Do I have public comment?
There is no public comment for this item.
Thank you, Mr. Bassinet. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oppose or abstain? Thank you. Agreement between Mentis and Napa Valley Unified School District.
So moved.
Second.
First by trustee Gracia, second by trustee Dooley. Do I have public comment on this item?
There is no public comment for this item.
Thank you, Mr. Bassinet. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose or abstain? J4N, agreement between Mentis and Napa Valley Unified School District, Valley Oak High School.
So moved.
Second.
First by trustee Gracia, second by trustee Dooley. Do I have public comment?
There's no public comment for this item.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose, abstain? Motion passes. Thank you. Item J5A, request for installation of Pelican system HVAC controls in 4 campuses.
So moved.
First by trustee Gracia, second, enthusiastic second by trustee Jankowicz. Do I have public comment on this item?
There's no public comment for this item.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose or abstain? Motion passes. J5B, request for design service by QKA at the district office.
So moved.
Second.
First by trustee Gracia, second by trustee Water. Public comment on this item?
There is no public comment for this item.
I just
those-
want to say, if we can solve the problem of the cord going out of the closet upstairs and going to the plug outside the closet as part of this, that would be great.
You get that, Mr. Pearson?
Loud and clear, loud and clear.
All right. He's still there. He's still with us.
Now I want a picture of the cord. I don't know what. Gracia, but yes. First and second, no public comment. Correct, Mr. Bassinet?
That's correct.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Oppose, abstain? Motion passes. Thank you. J5C, request for inspector of record services for relocatables at Vichy Elementary School and Stonebridge.
So moved.
Second.
First by trustee Gracia, second by trustee Dooley. Do I have public comment?
There's no public comment for this item.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose or abstain? Motion passes. Item J5D, appointment of members of 7-Eleven District Advisory Committee.
So moved.
Second.
First by trustee Gracia, second by trustee Water. Do I have public comment?
There's no public comment for this item.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose or abstain? Motion passes. J5E, request for installation of flooring at multiple campuses.
So moved.
Second.
First by trustee Gracia, second by trustee Dooley. Do I have public comment?
There's no public comment for this item.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose or abstain? Motion passes. Thank you. J6A, SPC number 19.15-20, request for geotechnical observation and testing services at the American Canyon Middle School New Student Commons Project.
So moved.
Second.
First by trustee
Should
Gracia,
let me
second by
second.
trustee
Second.
Water. Public comment on this item?
There's no public comment for this item.
Thank you, Mr. Bassinet. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose or abstain? Thank you. J6B, SPC number 18.44-20, request for inspector of record services at Donaldson Way Elementary School Campus Modernization Project.
So moved.
I'll second.
First by trustee Gracia, second by trustee Chu. Public comment on this item?
There is no public comment for this item.
Thank you, Mr. Bassinet. All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose or abstain? J6C, SPC number 7.5-21, request to surplus one relocatable restroom at Vichy Elementary School.
So moved.
Second.
First by trustee Gracia, second by trustee Dooley. Do I have public comment?
There is no public comment for this item.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Item J6D, SPC number 18.45-20, request for commissioning services at the campus modernization projects.
So moved.
Second.
First by trustee Gracia, second by trustee Dooley. Do I have public comment?
There is no public comment for this item.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Oppose, abstain? Thank you. Okay, item K, this is informational from Business Services Enrollment Report. Great. Item K1B, plan for safe return to in-person instruction and continuity of services. Okay. And now on to instructional services, K2A LCAP local performance indicator. All good. Okay, now additional suggestions and comments from board members and superintendent.
One comment.
Mhm.
Kennedy Irvin of New Tech High School was in the paper last week with her poem that had won a prize. You know, her poem, you know, she's very environmentally inclined, and that was the subject of her poem. And she's a wonderful student, very talented person. That's it.
Thank you for, yeah, great comment. Thank you, Ms. Water. Future agenda items.
I have one. I know that we're bringing forward next year the 3 reports on our STAR assessment updates, and I certainly appreciate that. But in addition to the board analysis provided during those updates, I would like a separate analysis to see if there's any growth in our early STAR literacy and key phonics assessments. I would like this analysis to have an eye toward ascertaining if the items that we pass tonight to improve early phonetic literacy are effective, or if they are not moving the needle in instruction. I would like to see how this is working for our K2 students generally, and more specifically, how it is working for our students getting targeted intervention.
Thank you, trustee DeGrasse. I've noted the request, and I will work with Mr. Mangwala and Dr. Abud.
Okay, we are now on the last item.
Move to adjourn.
Second. I was going to third it if someone else seconded it.
First by trustee Gracia, second by trustee Dooley. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, everybody, and have a great night.